All right.
At this time, I want to call our regular monthly board meeting to order. We'd like to welcome all of you that are watching live streaming tonight. And this is certainly a very important meeting. We were sitting, I guess, back in April. I remember sitting in the same seat saying, you know, we're all in this together. And we're still in this together. It's still one of the toughest times to be a student, be a parent, staff member, administrator. It's certainly a tough time to be a superintendent. It's also a tough time to be a board member. You know, any decision we make will not make everyone happy, and I wish we could. But we're in tough times. We just try to do the best we can, and the important thing, we got to do what we think's best for kids. And so anyway, remember tonight as we make the tough decisions, is we go into a moment of silence. If you join me now for a moment of silence. Thank you. At this time, we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, our superintendent, Dr. Stephen Gainey, will share some comments.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Just want to give a couple updates on the 2020-2021 local budget. It was passed by our county commissioners on June 25. I want to say thank you to the county commissioners for approving one of our requests, which was continuation costs, which is a large amount, $551,000. I also want to make the public aware of a development in our budget since the end of the 2013-2014 school year. Our current expense funding, which is one side of our budget from the county commissioners, has increased during that time period by $3,341,007. This averages of a per year increase for 7 years of $477,286.71. I want to say a big thank you to our commissioners for hard work and our board members for your hard work to keep those budget increases continuing with your teamwork with the county commissioners. I also want to note we have a special type of capital outlay funding that will be in the amount of $850,000 in the 2021 school year. I want to kind of point out what's been going on with that money. That money has been earmarked for the 9-year facility upgrade repair plan. It did not exist in the 13-14 school year. The first year it existed was in the 14-15 school year, and it started out in an amount of $250,000. So you can see where that capital outlay money has increased over time. It is not the same capital outlay money that we receive every year based on our enrollment, and it also is not the same capital outlay money that will be used or is being used right now to build the new middle school in Archdale Trinity Zone. Finally, that capital outlay money that comes because of our enrollment for the 2021 school year will be $2,162,426. I want to personally thank our county commissioners, Mr. Fry, Mr. Allen, Ms. Haywood, Mr. McDowell, Mr. Kidd, for their support of our school system. I also want to thank our board members, Mr. Cook, Mr. Biggs, Ms. Farlow, Mr. Burgess, Mr. Boyles, Mr. Cutler, and Mr. Lambeth for your support of our school system. The teamwork from both groups of elected officials are definitely a direct result of what's coming out with our budget each year. So thank you for that hard work with the elected officials as two groups work together to help our school system. Finally, tonight I want to speak to the parents of our students. Later tonight I will present 7 different schedule options for the 2021 school year. All of these options are aligned with the requirements of the state's Plan B that was announced by Governor Roy Cooper on July 14. On July 14, Roy Cooper announced that all public school systems in North Carolina will open the 2021 school year on Plan B. I want to just make sure parents understand where our school system, our perspective on this. Whereas Plan B will not allow more than about 50% of our students to be on campus at any time, we also understand that some parents may not be comfortable sending their kids back, even if regardless of what plan we select tonight as far as the schedule goes, we know that some parents won't be comfortable and some students won't be comfortable coming back yet. And we will respect that, and we will provide remote instruction for those students as well until you're comfortable coming back to our campus. So in short, what I want to say is, even if the governor put us on plan A, where everybody could come at one time, obviously he put us on plan B, and C would have been remote for everybody. We know remote instruction was going to play a role in any one of those plans. We knew even with plan A that some students and parents were not going to be comfortable returning to campus immediately. And bottom line is, parents, we're not going to lose our kids over this pandemic, and we just ask that you hang in there with us and let our teachers do the great work they do, whether it be face-to-face instruction with your child or remote instruction. We want this to be a very fluid process where we will schedule the school system after tonight, based on the decision made tonight. We will schedule it, but then we're also going to work with you when you're comfortable bringing your child back to our campus. So I appreciate all the support from our community. I appreciate all the messages that have been sent, feedback that's been sent by our parents during the last few weeks. And I appreciate your patience with our school system as we continue to work through what has been a very difficult situation. But I can promise you we're going to take care of your kids, and we're going to do it within the parameters that have been given to us by the state. But we're also, our number one focus is going to be on our kids and our school system, because it's now back. This whole situation has now been handed back to the Randolph County School System, and tonight we're going to make a decision, and we're going to move forward to take care of our kids and our community. So thank you, Mr. Cook, for letting me share those comments. And board members, I'll pass out a schedule of events for you as we move forward in the next couple of weeks. I'll go ahead and pass this out to you tonight.
Thanks, Dr. Gay. While Dr. Gaines doing that, I need a motion to approve the June 1st, 2020, and the June 15th, 2020, and the June 25th, June 25th, 2020 minutes.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, we'll have to do the roll call vote because one member's not here tonight. So would you state your name? And all those in favor say aye. State your name.
Tracy Bowles, aye.
Matthew Levitt, aye.
Todd Cutler, aye.
Gary Cook, aye.
Sharon Barlow, aye.
Fred Burgess, aye.
Okay.
Brian Biggs, aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Normally at this time we would have recognitions. Hopefully one day we can do that again. That's we recognize students, staff members, and we'll certainly miss that happening. Hopefully we will have it back one day. At this time we're going to move to public comments. This is the first. We had actually 3 people sign up for public comments. 2 of those will be a Zoom, and we're going to
Get a little closer to the
You
microphone.
closer to the mic.
I got it in my mouth. Can't get any closer. But anyway, 2 people have signed up for Zoom, and we're going to do that now. And there's a 3rd person too, and I'm not sure if the person will be able to see it, but I do have her questions. I'll share those with Dr. Gainey, her comments to the board. So I'll try the video now. This is Laura Eflin.
Hi, I'm Laura. Hi, I'm Laura Heflin, teacher at Trinity Elementary School. First, I want to thank everybody at school level and county level that's involved in the decision-making process. I know there's a lot of tough decisions you're making, and it's not easy, and I appreciate all your hard work. My questions, being a teacher, are on a lot of teachers' minds and have to do with the protection and safety of teachers in Randolph County. First, if a staff member gets sick with COVID-19, if we are doing some sort of in-person instruction, like if we do Plan B, or if the staff member has to quarantine because they've been exposed to somebody at school with COVID-19, does that staff member have to use their accumulated sick days? Also, what if they do, what if a staff member has to quarantine more than once? I mean, they'd go in the hole with their sick days. If a staff member is extremely sick with COVID-19, bedridden, hospitalized, who would be in charge of their lesson plans? If a staff member gets sick with COVID-19, is it covered by workers' comp if it can be traced back to the school? And finally, what accommodations, if we are doing some sort of in-person instruction, are being made for staff members who are high risk or even pregnant? Thank you for your time. I'm Laura Heflin, teacher at
My question is, it's very unclear as to,
Yes, she's from Trinity Elementary also.
Christine Moss.
Yes.
my question is, it's very unclear as to who will be providing the lessons and as far as the planning and the instruction to students who choose the all-remote option. Will classroom teachers be responsible for 3 groups of planning and instruction, meaning the group that's in the room, the group that's at home, and the group that's full-time at home? I know other counties are exclusively hiring teachers to do the remote planning and instruction for those who choose to be at home continuously. So that's my question. Thank you.
Jill, I do not see her in the Zoom. She did not join, correct? Ms. Flippin did not join, Ms. Tripp.
Okay, thank you for those questions. And I guess later on tonight, is that some things that you'll be touching on? So I know those are questions that's come up, and Dr. Danny has had that discussion with us, several of us board members, maybe all of us. And I think later on tonight, he'll be answering a lot of those questions. And actually, I'm sure each board member has a few questions that they may ask as well. So hopefully clear a lot of those questions up on whatever way we decide to go tonight. But thank you for your questions. And can you hear me now? It seems to be an issue. It hadn't been in the last 5 board meetings. I don't know why it's all of a sudden one tonight.
I can now.
Okay. And I'm speaking the same way. But anyway, it's just me. At this time, I ask for a motion to adopt the meeting agenda. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye and state your name.
Trace Bowles,
Matthew Leonard, aye. Todd Cutler, aye.
Gary Cook, aye.
Sharon Farlow, aye.
Fred Burgess, aye.
Okay.
Brian Diggs, aye.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. At this time, we'll move to the information items, curriculum and instruction. Kathy Waddell will present. Is she in the building? This is Kathy's first meeting in a new role. She's taken over for Kat Berry. Look forward to working with Kathy. She's talking about her while she's not here. She's been with our school system for a long time. She started with the early college, opened it up. Always done a great job with us. So we look forward to working with her. So what else you have?
afternoon, Chairman Cook, board members. It is my pleasure tonight to update you on the remote instruction plan and the addition of the remote instruction guide. On June the 25th, you were presented with the completion of the remote instruction plan. That plan was required by the State Board of Education. The plan will be uploaded tonight when we finish this meeting. It is complete and will be ahead of schedule, which is July 20th, 2020, today. The Curriculum and Instruction Department will continue to review the plan. We'll continue to review the plan, make adjustments to the plan as we progress monitor, and determine what things need to be adjusted. In addition, we looked at the feedback for the plan because it is a huge document that we uploaded to the state. And we developed a supplemental document entitled the Remote Instruction Guide. It is an 11-page document that is more specific, more succinct, provides more clarity, easier to read, and is absolutely more coherent for teachers, students, and parents. The Remote Instruction Guide does not in any way replace the document that the State Board of Education requires. The Remote Instruction Guide and Plan will be linked to our website for public viewing. You have been given the Remote Instruction Guide, and I want to talk about it just a little bit tonight. It's easier on the eyes for sure. It's laid out in a very user-friendly format. The first thing it talks about is what remote instruction is and what it is not. When we think about remote instruction in Randolph County, we think about quality and not quantity of work. The next page talks about tips for creating remote instruction lessons, about chunking the content, about student schedule times for check-in, giving parents time. I think this particular graphic is really important for parents. We need to communicate weekly, and that is our expectation, that we do that with parents. Parents that are working remotely need time to plan their students' learning into their own schedules. So we have some tools there to be used to do that. Create online assessments. We know that we need to continue to assess our students to determine where they are and what their needs are. Promote collaboration, and above all, be flexible. Ask for help. This remote instruction guide is broken into 3 grade spans: pre-K to 5, 6 to 8, 9 to 12. All of the grade spans list lesson expectations, communication expectations, and grading expectations. There's a section in this guide for EC students, ESL students, and MTSS. The last few pages of the guide talk about core technology tools and support for remote instruction. As you know, Canvas is our learning management system that we will be using, but these last couple of pages give you graphics for those tools, for our communication tools, and how to reach our technology support desk. Do you have any questions?
And this will be available tonight for our parents to be able to download?
Yes, sir.
I want to point out one thing on the remote instruction core technology tools. The school system has been researching this for probably, I guess, 6, 7 months. I think, Dale, we had the group in I guess it was January, maybe a little bit before January, Class Link. I was blown away when they had done their research and showed that a teacher, they just took a teacher and said, this is the different places they would log in during the day, and how many different logins the teacher was responsible for. So Class Link now, one login gets you in everything you need. It's all pulled together. Dale, if I'm not describing it correctly, with the non-technology guy, tell me. But I'm really excited about that, because that's going to take a lot of the load off teachers have to remember, and all the rostering for some of the assessment things, tools we use, such as iReady and all. It'll help with the having to re-roster kids constantly. Sheena's group have to do that now. One rostering will go across the different tools, and it'll save a lot of time, and it'll help at school level as well as central service level. So I'm really excited about that, us being able to do that. We've been chasing that for a while, and we received a very good rate. We still weren't sure we could afford it, and then we were able to, here at the end, we were able to do it.
Now, after tonight, there'll be a clear plan to help teachers.
And one of the things that, in listening to Ms. Moss and Ms. Eflin talk, and I know I've been in both of their classrooms and know them to be very good teachers. One of the things we're going to have to help teachers pass is we've been working very hard for the last few months of, we're not asking you to do the lesson plan 3 different ways for one class. We're asking you to do it where it's transposed. It can go for the kids in the classroom, the kids at home, on the remote learning. So that's where Canvas is going to play a big role, but we've also working hard to try to reorient everybody to the school day. I heard tremendous stories in the spring of teachers working 8, 9 o'clock at night around kids' schedules, and that's great, and that doesn't shock me with teachers across the state, but particularly teachers in the Randolph County School System. But we're going to have to pull that back in, because that's not sustainable. That is not sustainable. So we're going to have to find a way to try to pull in and, try to line up. And it's the latest this morning, Kathy's talking, and what does the school day look like? Well, a child who is remote could choose not to engage at that time, Kathy, correct me, but we're going to be in a position where there's an opportunity for them to engage with Google Meets and some live, what we call, video conferencing now.
You're saying they could watch as their class?
There'll be opportunities for them to do that.
Like they're in that class, but they're at home. Is that what you're saying?
And one of the important steps here, and Kathy, you can tell me to be quiet in a minute, but I'm really proud of this, because they were working on this kind of behind my back. And I mean, this just shows you what leadership individuals do in leadership roles. This thing appeared on my desk in a different form about 2 weeks ago, Kathy. And when I saw this, I thought, no, we got a chance now. We got a chance. This is beginning to solidify it. And that's what staff came up with. We needed to kind of try to streamline this. And so back on the second bullet, an opportunity for teacher-led video conference for pre-recorded lessons will be scheduled at minimum twice per week. Well, that's definitely hitting when the child's not with us. And you're going to see some options tonight for some opportunities for the children to be with us. That's going to really, that's an expectation. That's not a do you want to or not. But I think that's going to really start streamlining things, and everybody's going to get more comfortable. I never used Zoom until somewhere on March 13, 14. Now I told y'all I turned the meeting off, and I was the host of the meeting. And I said goodbye to everybody, turned it off, and everybody got shut off. Sean Hilder came around and said, you just turned everybody off. And I said, well, go call them and tell them I'm sorry. Tell them have a good day. But we've all had those moments, and the technology division or staff, unfortunately, has more of those moments with me than probably anybody in the school system. But we're all learning. So, Kathy, I'm going to let you run with that, because I don't want to get in the way of what is, I think, a tremendous document.
You got to simplify. I mean, wasn't it like 30 pages?
It was 39 pages, Kathy?
But it had links to it, so it was a tremendous
But you brought it
document.
down to what?
We brought it down to 11 pages, 11, 12
I
pages.
think that's important.
But another thing is, we didn't have a choice, because the questions we were asked to respond to, or the standards we were asked to respond to by the state, is what led it to be that big. But I was very excited when I saw this. Is it perfect? No. Is remote learning going to be perfect? No. Can we get better at it? Yes. Would we all rather everybody be in the classroom with us every day? Absolutely. Are we going to keep hoping for that day? Yes. But as I told the principals last Tuesday, you're going to get behind if your goal is to wait for that day to come. Because when it comes, you're going to be so far behind with your kids, you're not going to be able to catch up. Whether it's December, November, October, or whatever. So Kathy, I'll be quiet now. I'm really proud of this work by your staff.
Thank you. The Curriculum and Instruction Division thanks you for your support as we try to listen and learn and develop tools and resources for all teachers across the district. What we realize is that we are imperfect in this process, so we will continue to mold and shape our documents as we see fit to do that. Just like the big plan is a continuous document, this plan can too. Dr. Gainey looks at it from time to time and says, well, what about this? And we go back to the table and have conversations around those things. So know that that is what we are doing. One of the other things that we are going to do, and Dr. Gainey may talk with you a little bit about this, but we're going to deploy another survey so we can gather some information in order to better serve teachers, parents, and students. Thank you.
Wait, I got some questions.
Okay.
First of all, Ms. Waddell, thank you for, I know it's a lot of work to put this together with you and your staff, and I know it's many hours spent on this. But I've got a few questions. One, I noticed like in the communications expectations for parent or from teachers to their students, you got teachers on hold office hours to answer student questions before and after school and or during planning. I know that a lot for the elementary school teachers, I know a lot of their planning is during BEP classes. So for the students that are there in person, are there still going to be BEP classes where students are pulled out?
Yes, sir. There can be BEP classes where students are pulled out. One of the things that the toolkit that comes from the state talks about, the North Carolina Schools Toolkit talks about, is for kids to be able to get outside as much as possible during the course of the day. So that could be PE. It could be an art class that's held outside. So I think that principals and their staffs need to work together and be creative about how we deliver instruction. And the last thing we want to do is to take the cultural arts BEP classes away from our students. They need that as much as they need subject area instruction.
Okay. And Mr. Burgess, to that point, we're going to try, based on what schedule we wind up with, when kids are on campus, we're going to try to have school like they do school. Now, it may be, we may have to be more strategic, and we will, it's not may, we will have to be more strategic about moving the hallways. And you probably won't see, of course, the elementary schools still don't have that much. You might see one class going one way, one going the other. When I was a middle school principal, I went to a school where, I'll be honest, the community, I learned real quick, the community didn't ever want two different grade levels crossing. It was very clear. So, but we're gonna try to have school to the best. I mean, as you go up, we can't take these elective courses away from the high school kids any more than the BEPs. And you hit the great point. If we don't have the BEPs, now where are the teachers going to get their planning?
Right.
And I want to make sure we're not telling anybody where their office hours have to be. We brainstorm the possibilities of where they could be. So that's, and that probably be more aligned, I think, with the remote kids, remote students, those office hours. But I'm going to speak to some of that tonight in the schedule options, because I'm pretty firm in some things that I think some of the options we have tonight. There's a great opportunity for pre-teaching to really help with whatever days kids aren't with us too.
And And then also, so make sure I understand this correct. But first of all, where it says in each different grade levels, total minutes of learning activities a day. This is for the remote, obviously. But what is explain to me what a learning activity is for the day. Where it says, you know, pre-K through grade 2 has 45 minutes. Grades 3 and 4 have a total of 90 minutes.
So, for example, I'm going to go to the grades 3, 4, total 90 minutes of learning activities a day. Virtual and paper pencil. That is outside of direct instruction. So when you think about a teacher delivers a direct instruction, then she gives students tasks to do. Okay? So what that means is that their tasks should not take them any longer than that prescribed time. Okay? A minimum of 2 new lessons, math and reading per week, 1 new lesson writing, and that's a minimum. Okay? Is what we're saying there. So, teacher provides direct instruction, student is at home, they are watching the direct instruction via video conferencing, just like the teacher assigns the rest of the students in the class additional tasks to do, she assigns the students at home additional tasks to do. That's a time limit for those additional learning activities a day.
So when here it says you've got 2 lessons a week, and I'm sorry, what did you say? You went with
I went to 3, 4.
3, 4, okay. So in grade 3, 4, where there's 2 lessons in math and reading, 1 in writing, 1 in science, and 1 in social studies.
New lessons.
New lessons. So that is a new lesson, and that is given over if we were on a AD schedule where there was someone was remote for 3 days a week, is that in those 3 days of remote learning, that's when they have those 7 lessons? Is that correct?
It could work that way. When I look at this, what I think about is when you are, say for instance, you're in Group A, and Group A is in the building. Okay. Group A has their face-to-face time. They have their new learning, and then they have their learning activities, all right? Then they go home, and they might be remote for the next day or the day after that. If that's the case, they can get on, they can watch either video that the teacher has taped already about follow up to the new lesson that was taught, the new lessons that were taught to them on day A. They may get another new lesson in their remote instruction. And then everything else that they will do won't necessarily be new learning, but will be activities that follow up to that. I think that goes to what Dr. Gainey talked about a minute ago about front-loading information. When you front-load that information and then you give students activities and give them choices with the activities that you give, then those are the things that they will work on.
All right, so maybe I'm reading it wrong, and I guess where it says 90 minutes of learning activities a day, it is not 90 minutes in math, 90 minutes in reading, 90 minutes in writing, and so on. Okay.
That's not what it means.
Okay. Thank you.
So I guess it's safe to assume that people were thinking, when we close school in March, just to be clear, we're in a whole different world now. I mean, we closed up school, we had no plan. It was 2 days basically, and so the packets will be sending home and all that stuff. We've moved past that now. We're doing a different. This counts. This is real.
I think what we've learned is that just like for adults, you can't sit in a Zoom meeting for the same amount of time that you would necessarily sit in a face-to-face meeting. So the idea behind these time breakdowns, based on what we heard from parents as we gather information, is my kid is spending way too much time doing the work that you're sending. So this gives some parameters around that work that's getting sent. be it virtual or paper and pencil, so that it's not overwhelming and students aren't sitting in front of a computer screen trying to figure out what they need to do, okay? One of the other things I like about this document is that we provide students with a calendar for the week. We're asking teachers to do that so that they know what needs to be done over the course of the week. My child might do everything he needs to do by Tuesday night. Another child might wait until it's almost time for them to turn it in to do it. But there's some flexibility there with parents and with students. It gives them an opportunity to plan ahead.
One other thing that's come up in this, and I didn't think about it in conversation with Kathy and her staff, is it can be advantageous if when the teacher has a child in the classroom with them in that group, that they use Canvas with the children, so they become more accustomed to using Canvas when they're away from us. I remember a high school English teacher at Trinity High School told me before the second packet went out, her children were saying, don't send me another paper packet. You've been using Canvas so much in class with us already. Just put it on Canvas. We've got this. And there, I mean, that was kind of, and then it kind of went into that conversation with Kathy and her group. So there'll be, if I'm a teacher and I'm going to be using Canvas remote, I'm going to take advantage of every opportunity I can to use it in that classroom too, to help them put them in that position at home as well. So.
Well, I mean, I think that's good for middle school and high school, but in elementary, it's going to take a big commitment from these parents. When they say they want their child to stay at home and they want to help them, you know, like Gary said, it's a whole new world from spring when they have packets with work to do. And they could check in with the teacher or not. This is school. This is real. And it's going to take a commitment on the parent or someone in that family to work with that elementary student and get them to where they need to be and stay with where they need to be, so that when that everybody says the doors are open, everybody comes back, hopefully they're all close to being on the same page. So, I mean, it's different for elementary. It's going to take a big commitment.
What we know is that virtual learning is probably easier for middle school students and high school students than it is for elementary school students. And yet, I have trust and faith in the teachers in Randolph County Schools, in this school system, that they will do their very best to provide instruction for all of our students.
Well, I mean, I think they will too, because it says in here that, you know, there will be assessments. And, you know, so therefore, they're going to have to stay on top of it.
A couple other questions I have. First of all, you know, let me make this statement as far as what you put for remote instruction, what it is and what it is not. I'd like to comment that when you read what it is, what it's not, when I first read it, what I thought of is like when you're in trouble, what do you go back to? And going about what it is. When you get in trouble, what do you go back to? On your notes here, is focused on learning, not on grades. And it's focused on fundamental standards, not on busy work. So I applaud that really, whenever we're in trouble, whenever we have a dire situation, and this is a dire situation in our education system, what do we go back to? What do we rely on? And it's the fundamentals. It's actually on learning, not on assessments, although assessments are important, but the grade is not near as important as what they learn. So I just want to say thank you. I very much like that. That being said, which I know you shouldn't say about there, because then everything before it didn't count, but it did, I promise you, okay? But that being said, whenever we talk about the EC, I am very concerned that this pandemic and how we respond to it, and not just Randolph County Schools, but really as a country as a whole, that there's going to be a greater divide between I don't know if whatever you want to use there, classes between haves and have-nots. I know that's not the way to probably word it, but you understand what I'm saying. So I am very concerned with EC students trying to do things remotely. You said elementary schools hard enough, students hard enough to do something remotely, doubly or really even more than that for EC students. And I know we'll talk about that more as far as scheduling, how the day works, but that is something that that's something that very much concerns me, is how we do the EC. I know there's not really a question there, I guess there's most of a statement, but whenever we get to the ESL teachers, and we had all this data kind of put out there and information for what the classroom teachers are going to be doing, how they're going to do it. And then when we got to the ESL, and the statement kind of concerns me because it's so vague. It's the very first thing. It is ESL teachers will collaborate with general education teachers. And it even said, I think, same thing about the BEP teachers also. Just will collaborate with them. But it's just, it's almost like you got the classroom teacher. You need to do this. You need to do this. ESLs want you to kind of work with them. And it's kind of, and I know we're going to provide strict instruction. I'm sure we will, right? Yeah, for them. But and just as I think the second, was that Christina Moss, that the second lady that spoke? Yeah, she made the statement. Where I think she was concerned that, okay, I'm having to teach the ones in class, also having to teach the ones that are remotely at a different time, teach the ones that are 100% remotely, possibly, and even at ESL, okay, now my ESL teacher comes to me and says, hey, you need to do this lesson plan for this student. Well, I just want to make sure we're not putting more and more work on the classroom teacher and I hate to say it, but the BEP teacher or the ESL teacher. It's just kind of, hey, I need you to do this for me.
I think the way that I would respond to that, Mr. Burgess, is this. Our ESL teachers and our ESL coordinator hit the ground on March 13th, and they built classes and activities and in Canvas to get ready for being able to reach their students. They call students, they call parents. They translated information from classroom teachers. I think the reason that it reads that way is because they provide a service for students that allows students to stay in the classroom as much as possible and be integrated there. I cannot think of an ESL teacher in this district who has not accessed a Canvas class, who has not built modules to get ready. I don't think that ESL teachers would be asking classroom teachers to do anything for them, but they would be alongside of classroom teachers, providing them with the resources that their students need.
Thank you.
I mean, I believe the same thing Ms. Bird is saying. We want our traditional teachers and our ESL, EC teachers be, I don't know if you'll say, we can with that same standards as a regular classroom teacher. Make sure that happens.
But and just the point, what's being described with the collaboration is what happens when we're in regular operational school. You have the ESL, the EC teacher collaborating with the regular ed teacher on where are the skill sets that need to be. So it may, the wording of it, it can be taken different ways, but the ESL teacher working with the regular ed teacher is exactly the dynamic that happens during the regular time as well. So one of the big pushes in EC and ESL is keeping children on that regular curriculum, the expectation, and providing the support as needed as they get to more successful in the regular curriculum. I see where you're coming from, but I can tell you, when I read that and I'm thinking about what I see in the school, it's not going to be okay, here's another thing for the regular ed teacher to do. It's just, one of the things I liked about this was there was actually a section for ESL. There was a section for MTSS, which is something we've been pushing. And there's a section for EC. Let's don't let it be put on the back burner. Let's put it out there that these are our, when I've described this last couple of weeks to people, I've described we have the pre-K 5, we have 6, 8, 9, 12. Hey, we got EC and ESL. And so I'm glad it's there, but we will be monitoring that as well.
Yeah, I don't want to come across like I'm saying ESL teachers aren't doing anything. I think you understand what I'm saying. I just want to make, whenever you say they need to do this, this, and this, and I see this one just says they need to work with them, it's like, well, that's pretty vague.
Well, and part of that's going to come because with the EC child and with the ESL child, they have an individual plan. Right. And so it will be very hard to write, see that 6, 8, and 9, 12 applies to them as well, but it'd be real hard to, because you've got different strategies addressing that. So I think that plays into it too a little bit on that end.
I do think a lot of, and I heard this along the way, a lot of EC teachers, actually, I'm sure ESL too, but they may have been ahead of the game on this. They had to develop like a relationship with their kids like remotely, and I've heard a lot of positive comments on how they did it, and they were doing it, because you take an EC kid away from what they've been used to, that's tough. I mean, they were used to that. These teachers, a lot of them, I heard compliments on where they went, Google or whatever they used, they were right there with those kids, and I've heard a lot of positive things. Now, and I think, hopefully you're going to touch on it later tonight, I think our biggest issue heading into EC kids coming back to our school system, and I'm just going, it's the mask. I mean, we're going to talk about that, and that's very important. If you're listening, you know what, hang on, because that's been a big question, and a conversation we had earlier today, it really makes me feel a whole lot better, because you know what, you can talk about certain things all you want, but sometimes things just don't work.
Yeah, and one of the other things is going to be, the way all this played out in March, you had people that obviously immediately went on the core teachers' backs. It immediately did, and everybody felt the pressure of it. And I wish we could take time to really showcase the wonderful things that did happen in schools across North Carolina, but the time just keeps moving. And because there was really some overnight things that happened that teachers did, it was just unbelievable. But another challenge to Mr. Burgess, to the comment I made about the school there, Ms. Farlow, we've got to get some things oriented back to what people's roles are too, like those BDP teachers. They have a role, and we've got to figure a way if we can get kids on campus, and if we were to get moved to everybody remote at some point, what are we going to do differently this time with some teachers in those areas? Because I know it was uncomfortable for them too.
Ms. Waddell, Mr. Cook, Ms. Waddell, can you hear me?
Yes.
One thing I would like to say, this is more of a statement like Mr. Burgess made. I know you got plans in place to implement this plan, and I appreciate the plan that you put together, and it looks like a great plan. But one thing that we need to make sure at this time right now, because there is some discussion amongst teachers about accountability. We need to make sure that accountability, we don't want one group, EC teachers, or, another special teacher doing more work than other teachers. I think we all need to come together. There needs to be the same amount of accountability, no matter what subject you're teaching, what subject matter, and we all need to work together. And I know you're going to do that. Like I said, this is more of a statement than a question, but I think we need to make sure we emphasize that we're in this together, and we all need to be held accountable. We all need to be putting in the same amount of work together, and one should be doing more work than others. And if we work together, I think everybody will be happy.
Thank you for your comment.
Are all our teachers, campus, is that, I mean, I understand you are they comfortable, and if you're not comfortable, I mean, you need to be really comfortable with it when school starts. Is there a go-to or school, or what direction should you make sure, because I think that's important that you know Canvas, and some people may struggle with it, especially if you've taught a while and it's something completely new. Maybe what if they don't want to ask? I mean, you need to make sure people's comfortable with Canvas.
Well, that'll be something that we'll need media specialists as well as lead teachers in particular checking in on people, because that's going to be, you talk about who the go-to person is. When you're talking about instructional issues, use of Canvas is clearly an instructional issue. It's a tool for instruction. It's not, one of the things that's always been a problem for me is people think you teach with a computer. No, you support teaching with the technology. Years ago, we got computers started to become more prevalent, and to put the computer in front of the child, that's not teaching. But we're going to need lead teachers and media specialists. They'll be the ones hopefully engaging and checking on the comfort level and what are the needs of individuals. We've had plenty of trainings out there, and they are being engaged in with Scarlett and Trina are monitoring those a great deal, and teachers are taking advantage of those this summer, so we'll continue to push training out there as well. Because it's going to be just like everybody who when we hit this situation this spring, those things that some of us had not used until we were forced to use them. And I don't want to say the word forced. I was forced to use it because my meetings were appearing in that avenue. I had to go there. But that's where we'll push for check-ins.
I think it needs to come from you and come quickly, because I think one of the things I'm just going to say, those principals, can you hear me? This thing is on the subject. There it is. Okay. I think principals need to be able to tell their staff, this is who you need to go to.
Yes.
And I think if it comes from down here, it's a lot easier. The lead teacher, I have a lot of teachers, I guess you want to ask me the comment I've heard the most, teachers are expected to do more than they ever probably have, and that's fine. I don't think for the most part they mind doing more. But they also expect people in other roles in that school to do more too. Whether it be the lead teacher, maybe you'll have to do more, maybe you'll have to help, but you surely can help those staff members that are struggling with something. You should check in, you should go. But if you make that as a directive, I think that's a big deal. And you may have teachers teaching other things special. They may have to step up and do something a little different. If this thing's going to work, it has to be a team effort. It puts a real sour taste in the teacher if she's working really, really hard. If she sees somebody else not doing maybe half a day, we have to get past this for this thing to work. And because morale's a big deal. Just a comment.
You was talking about Canvas. Canvas is a good thing. I've seen it go both ways. I've seen teachers do a lot of their lesson plans with Canvas, probably too much. And I've seen others use it the right way, and it's good. I was sitting today with an upcoming 10th grader, and he was showing this lady who'd been out of college. Well, it's been 6 years in college. He was showing her how to use Canvas, showing her different stuff that could be done. And like I say, it's a great tool, but don't make it the only tool. Pencil and paper is real important. Technology is great, but sometimes I think we got to get a little further away from pencil and paper than we should. But like I say, Canvas is a great thing. It's got to be used the right way.
And we're going to have to have some blended approach, because we know there's parts of the county that don't have good connectivity, and that's not going to be changed anytime soon. We know that's going to be a key to some of our options tonight, is if we can come up with an option where we get kids in front of us too, that'll even make whatever paper pencil stuff we do more valuable, because it won't be coming in a big packet at one time. It'll be coming out gradually too, so that should help.
So are we gonna allow these students to come back and get Chromebooks again?
If they didn't bring the one we gave them before, no.
Right.
And they need to bring that one back because it's not usable by them, because Dale took care of that.
So the ones that have been turned in?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
great.
they were going through them as far as they've gone through a large number. I've not seen the final. But if you haven't brought our Chromebook back, don't ask for another one, we're not sending you one. And we need the one you have, because we need to re-engage it. Correct, Dale? We've shut it down, you can't use it, so bring it back.
And I think Dr. Gainey is correct in saying that it is a blended approach, because we do know that there are places in this county, and probably in every county and city, where people do not have devices or connectivity, and we will have to deploy some paper in order to make it happen.
So I want to make sure, I think you said this earlier, but as far as if a teacher is, whenever she's doing live, as far as teaching a lesson, and that is being recorded and it is archived, so if I'm remote, I don't have to be there at whatever, 9 o'clock when that lesson is going on, I can see it at any time, correct? Okay.
And you can watch it multiple times if it helps you to get the concept that the teacher is trying to teach.
And if I was there live, I can go back the next day or that night and I can watch it again or whatever. Okay.
And Mr. Burgess, but there's still a key. We've got to get our teachers' time back, pulled back into the school day. We've got to. We cannot, look, I appreciate everything every one of them did for kids, but we cannot sustain, and they cannot sustain out there all hours of the night. I appreciate it, I admire them. It does not shock me that teachers did that. It does not shock me that teachers in Randolph County School System did that. But we've got to pull this thing back into the regular school day. But you're hitting a key point now. Archiving what's on campus, so children, here's what's going to happen too. I was in school that day, and I want to go back and check out that lesson. And I know now I can go get it. There's a lot of kids that will want to do that.
I could have used that a few times when I was in school.
So,
It helps the parent who's teaching that child at home.
exactly. So there's a lot of things I want to point out, and I don't want to drag this out, but I also know that this is very critical, and what Marty's bringing in is going to be equally critical, and we're going to be here a while tonight because we got to get this right for Randolph County School System. But another piece in this plan, which I really like, is the statement that says every student is contacted at least once a week using Randolph County School System approved communication tools. That could be through email, that could be many different avenues, but I don't see where that goes away down the road, because any teacher will tell you if I have regular contact with children, even if I'm checking in on them throughout time, even when I have in my class every day and I'm following up with them, that's only a positive. I think there's some real standards that can come out of here. I see this whole, if we can get this right, you're right, Mr. Cook, you're right, Mr. Bowles, all of you. We've got to get it right. But think about the position we could be in years from now when we wind up with a week of snow and we can't see how to get back to school and they can't get our roads clear, and maybe we can keep the legislature allowing us to have remote learning days so we don't mess up the spring break and we don't push school back into July. We've got some real opportunities here.
Well, I think anybody with any kind of foresight would agree that in March, our education system changed. Not just ours, all around the country, as well as our country changed at that time. Things we've done differently, education-wise as well as business-wise, through this. So I don't want to belabor the point, excuse me.
Well, to your point, Mr. Burgess, older gentleman, about 80 years old, that I've known all my life, said, when all this settles, I want to have a conversation with you because I want to see, I'm not going to talk to you now because you've got enough going on, but when it all settles, I want to see the impact it's made on public schools, and he's been in education for a long time, but he's real curious. I agree with you. Public schools changed March 14th.
Okay, any more questions for Ken? Thank you so much. You jumped right into it tonight. What a way to start. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to operations, and Marty Trotter has some exciting news.
All right, good evening, board members. First item that I want to share with you is the annual School Health Advisory Council report. I'm going to hit a couple of the accomplishments for 2019-20 and then also some goals for 2020-21. As you know, each fall we bring to you Safe Schools plans, and those are submitted in closed session, and so we bring those to you annually. We've got a great staff. I heard you talking about staff with Kathy a while ago. This is a time where everybody, no matter what level they are going to have to step up and do all that we can to ensure that we've got a safe opening back to school. And certainly our custodians have done that for years and are a big part of this as well. Custodians are focused on keeping our school buildings clean and inviting. I've been in a couple systems, and hands down, I would say this is some of the best clean buildings that are around, and I would put them up against anybody in the state. We have certified nurses that are available to our students. Our school nutrition program provides fresh fruits and vegetables in our cafeterias on a daily basis. Last year we had 16 schools offer universal breakfast, which is a program that offers all students in that particular school the opportunity for a free breakfast on a daily basis. The other schools that are not part of that program also have an offering of a nutritious breakfast. We focused on drug awareness and prevention, and was provided at the elementary, middle, and high school levels. A couple of different times during the year, specifically the Red Ribbon Week, as well as National Prevention Week, which I think hits in March. Continued focus on Novatus Bullying Prevention Program, which is K through 9. We also had a focus on mental health through the mental health first aid training. This year we had 8 sessions, and we trained 240 individuals through those 8 sessions. Goals for 2020-2021 include a continued focus on health and safety of all stakeholders with an emphasis on COVID-19. Continue to increase the importance of wellness for students and staff. Continue to focus on social emotional needs of our students and staff, as well as increasing resources for drug awareness and prevention, including e-cigarettes and vaping. So that's the report for this school year.
For the goals for 2021, I mean, there's 2 right there really, well, all 4 of them go hand in hand with COVID. The e-cigarettes and vaping, that's a big problem. And it's hard to get, and it's probably the biggest problem in middle school, what I hear. And we just got to make these kids realize, COVID-19 is a respiratory problem. And this e-cigarettes and vaping is not going to help them out. I mean, we really going to have to push to get a hold of this vaping in our schools. Like I said, I know middle school is probably the worst level of it. And so that's going to be 2 big goals that really need to be after real hard. We got to stop to it. I mean, years ago, yeah, when I went to school, yeah, we had a smoking section at high school I went to here in the county. We did away with that, and that pretty much stomped out probably 90% of the cigarette smoking going on in schools. And, and we really got to work hard on this e-cigarettes and vaping. I mean, that's becoming a major problem in our country now with our younger kids.
Well, and to your point, Mr. Burgess, 4,300, we did a second reading on June 1, and now one of the substances, is CBD and THC, regardless of whether it constitutes a controlled substance or not. Schools have struggled. Several of you have asked me this question. They've struggled whether to call it a tobacco product or whether to call it a controlled substance. It is now listed in there, and even if it's not, the guideline consequence is 10 days out of school for use for CBD or possession. The consequence will be increased, and hopefully that will start helping deter some of that as well. There's been a real struggle up to now on, like I say, the schools. I know we talked about it, I think probably the one time during last year, we had a lengthy discussion, or maybe it was the end of the previous year, but that was inserted in policy 4300, rule 12. So that is a guideline, OSS for a period of 10 days. Next one is long-term suspension treatment program. And it's in the policy with the narcotics and drug possession, but hopefully that will help too. So I wanted to make sure I brought that up tonight and pointed that out as well. But the education piece is equally because of the health issues.
Any other questions? Thank you. All right, board members, the next item in your packet for information is what I'm calling the Back to School Plan for Operations Division. And what I've done is broken it down by the different departments that fall within operations. We took a lot of the guidance from a DPI, North Carolina Department of Public Instruction manual that came out sometime in June, as well as the Department of Health and Human Services documents that have started coming out as of June. So starting with driver's ed, as you know, we shut down that program on the 16th of March and just have recently opened up that program. So there's quite a bit of backlog. Speaking from experience, my son was in the middle of it. He had just finished up the written part, was scheduled to drive, and then that was put on hold because of the school closure. We looked at the number of students that were needing classes, bookwork classes, as well as behind-the-wheel training. So behind-the-wheel training, we were behind, so to speak, on behind-the-wheel training, almost 250 students system-wide. And for the book part, the driver ed program has put together a virtual classroom book part. We were 400 registered for that first class, and that was for beginning on July the 6th. We've got a second virtual class that is scheduled to start on July the 27th, and a third class that will start on August the 12th. The August class, we're actually going to start in the afternoon, late afternoon evening, so it would be a 5:30 to 7:30 class. Reason being, students need to be able to get home and get to a computer so that they can log in and do this virtual class. So that's why we pushed the hours back to 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. beginning on August the 12th. So obviously, going back to getting back into the driver ed program, we had a backlog of students. So the driver ed program has created a process for handling those that backlog, and they're taking the oldest students first. Instructors are having to do things quite a bit differently than they have in the past with extra cleaning, the vehicles that they're in, as well as social distancing practices as well. Instructors will be required to conduct a daily self-health assessment. So if they're showing any of the symptoms or they have a fever of 100.4 degrees or higher, they should not report to this duty. Instructors will also need to screen students on a daily basis using the checklist that's in the DHHS handbook. Our instructors will be required to wash their hands either with soap and water or hand sanitizer prior to entering the vehicle and in between any student drivers. One of the requirements that came down through NC DPI was that no more than 2 students per vehicle. Typically, we've driven 3 students at a time, 2 in the back, 1 in the driver's seat, and then the instructor on the passenger side. So now it'll be one student up front, 1 in the back, along with the instructor. Our instructors will keep daily logs, and as well as keeping their materials in the cars up to date and adequate supply for what's needed. That's the hand sanitizer, tissues, and waste receptacle. So as I go through each section, I'll pause and see if there's any questions or comments.
Just answer yes or no. We can't discriminate. We want our students to do someone who's decided to have a different charge.
Marty,
That would be nice though.
with I mean, they don't take no money away from that program, but when it started getting backlogged, did we offer any of these kids, you know, information on other driving schools?
We had families that reached out to the driver ed program to find out if there's other alternatives out there. For the most part, they were shut down just like everybody else for a good portion of that time. So I do know some families, including myself, that took advantage of a private company just so that my son could go ahead and get the driving part behind. His birthday fell in May, and by middle of June, he was getting antsy because he could see on the tail end of it that a year later, he would be able to get his license, and that was after the May 8th birthday. So I'm sure there's other families out there that felt the same way and probably took advantage of that.
Yeah.
So anybody that called in, yes, we provided information to 2 or 3 different companies in the area. We called 3. I think to begin with, all 3 were closed. We called again a second time, and eventually we had a group open up and was able to do some driving.
Yes, because I had people, you know, they asked me about it, and I know there were some people that did go to outside sources, really good sources. And like I say, my daughter went to probably the same school your son did too, back when we thought the state was going to cut driver's ed out.
Right. I don't remember what year that was, but if you recall, we had a freeze on that program beginning of the school year, and that put us about 2 months behind. Unfortunately, we're about 3.5, 4 months behind now, so we'll have quite a bit of catch up, but the instructors are committed. Let me back up to the behind the wheel. We got word of that week before last, end of week before last. Craig LeGlue, our new driver education coordinator, met with all the instructors earlier this week, and the instructors started calling those students by Wednesday. And so Thursday and Friday, they were actually driving students back in their cars.
So actually, with only 2 kids in the car, it should move along a little quicker as far as completing them 2 kids' driving time, shouldn't it?
It should, but keep in mind, previously we were running 3 kids in the car, so it's going to slow it down a little bit, but they've already reworked the schedule and have everything scheduled for 2 kids per vehicle.
So it's actually not time behind the wheel, it's time they're in the car with the instructor, right?
It should be behind the wheel. So
Because behind the wheel, you got 2 versus 3, you should finish up quicker.
You're right, that's right, because you're moving it on a tad quicker. You're exactly right.
So 3 taking turn, only 2 of them. Yeah.
Yeah, or a car load should finish quicker.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Anything else under our red? Okay. Moving down to facilities, maintenance and safety. That's the biggest area out of our operations division. There's all kinds of requirements in the handbook or in the guidelines. Let me just back up real quick. There's required, and there's recommended, and there's strongly recommended. Everything that's required in the guide, you'll see in this document. Some of those include providing social distance floor seating markings in the waiting and reception areas. That'll also take place in the restrooms and locker rooms. We'll mark 6 feet of spacing to remind students and staff what that looks like. We will encourage non-essential visitors and activities involving external groups not to take place currently. We'll limit the total number of students, teachers, staff, and visitors within a school building to the extent necessary to ensure the 6 feet distance can be maintained when people are stationary. And that's part of the Plan B that we're looking at. In the classrooms, we'll arrange furniture, block off seats, desks, chairs, other seating in classrooms from one another by at least 6 feet. We will provide adequate, frequent reminders to students, staff, and visitors to stay at least 6 feet apart. We've got signage that will go throughout our buildings. We'll have signage in our restrooms. We'll have signage on the front door. We'll have signage throughout the hallways in our buildings. We'll ensure that students K through 12, staff, students, visitors wear face coverings when they are within 6 feet of one another, unless an exception applies. Students or staff are eating or engaged in strenuous physical activity and able to maintain 6 feet distance from other people. The school system will share guidance and information to staff students on the proper use and removal and cleaning of those face coverings. We'll incorporate frequent hand washing and sanitation breaks throughout the classroom activities and throughout our school day. We'll provide adequate supplies to support healthy hygiene, including hand soap, hand sanitizer with at least 60% alcohol for safe use by staff and older students, towels, and tissue. We will provide hand sanitizer in every entrance of the building and exit, as well as cafeteria and in every classroom for safe use by staff and students. I did a survey for our schools and had schools give us their input on how many teaching spaces we have. We're well over 1,200 of those in the school system. We're looking at a gallon jug of hand sanitizer in each of those, so that's going to go pretty quickly. That's a lot of hand sanitizer in all those areas. I would say probably your entrances, especially with car rider and bus rider entrances, that's going to take quite a bit. And so we'll go through that very rapidly is my assumption. We will place physical barriers such as plexiglass for protection at reception desk areas. We worked on that. We've got a prototype that we're going to put in. A couple of our schools already have a glass window there. We're going to have to do something a little different there. But if you walk up to a desk or a countertop, it will have plexiglass so that the person behind can have some protection from the visitors coming up to that area. We'll designate hallways as one-way, posting directional reminders and walls. So the wide hallways will split. Everybody to the right will go in one direction, everybody on the opposite side will go in the opposite direction. But you may have a small hallway that you're not really able to do that feasibly, so we may have to look at making that a one-way. So you may have to go around the block, so to speak, to get to where you needed to go or to get out of that particular area, just because those hallways are quite a bit smaller. We'll designate entrance and exit doors to reduce the chance of people meeting face to face. Like you've seen in several businesses, one door will be marked as entrance, one will be marked as exit. We'll post signage. Here's the signage I just mentioned earlier again, but we'll post it at the main entrance requesting people that have symptomatic fever or cough not enter. We'll establish designated space for symptomatic individuals that will not be used for other purposes. We're calling this our quarantine area or quarantine room. The school system will complete cleaning and disinfecting procedures following the CDC guidelines, and will require nurses and any other staff that might have direct care for these individuals with appropriate PPE and perform hand hygiene after removing that PPE. The school system to date has ordered 2,000 gallons of hand sanitizer. We have also ordered electrostatic sprayer, one per school, including some central office areas. And we've ordered 160 handheld manual sprayers. Those will be used to expedite the cleaning in our schools. That's all I've got on that one, so I'll take questions on that section.
I have a few questions. First question, I think you can have all this ready by August 17th.
Our group is, and I'm gonna brag on my department just a little bit. They have been working
It's not
hard.
questioning, I'm just trying to assure
We're
people.
gonna be ready.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, the other question, I know we have the buzzer system, and I need discouraging parents. I'm thinking more on the elementary school level. I mean, I'm assuming if we start school, the lunches will be delivered to the classroom.
That's correct.
Okay, so parents will have to understand you can't come and eat with your kid. All right, that being said, all right, you have a big issue of parents, they're used to coming in an elementary school like a revolving door. That can't happen anymore. They have a computer where you sign in. Everybody and their brother struggles, and you have a line of people trying to figure out, especially grandparents that may not use it very often or something, how do we do this? I'm not even sure how you're going to pull that one off, because you're constantly some different hands. Even walking in the door, if they buzz in, you have someone constantly touching something. Are we going to? Who takes the temperatures? Who's going to handle those different when kids come in? Those are questions. I'm not trying to throw it all on you, but while we're talking about school staff, I think it's important. We get an idea. I'm trying to assure parents if we go back to school, what will be, you know, we're going to address the temperature, who's in charge of that, who's going to do that, who's going to, like parents, if you come, you know, you got to be discouraged. You just can't come and pick up your kid in the middle of the day because I want to go on a picnic. You can't do that anymore. And if you do that, just saying, I mean, what's the guy, I mean, what are we going to encourage here?
As a follow-up or pulled from this, the principals were given a memo of expectations in our meeting last Tuesday. Yes, it's going to be different. When you look on that, and I sent you guys a copy of that, the first 13 items or so are very much like the March 13 memo when we were trying to see if we could slow things down, stay in school. But yes, early on, it's going to be different. Parents aren't going to be able to come down the hallways and all this because all we're doing is creating a bigger issue with, we can't check students, staff, and parents and visitors. So we're going to need a lot of cooperation. I told people the night I went home on March 13th, I felt really bad. Went to a all-county band concert that night. I think it was all-county band. Of course, it's in the fall. I went to that. That's the last school activity I saw for the year. But I remember that night thinking, you know, we've prided ourselves on parent involvement in our schools and all that. But that night, I knew we just told everybody to stay away because we had shut down everything other than trying to have school. And that's what we're going to have to focus on until we get past this. So we did talk to the principals. We'll have to have people, there'll have to be temperature check and assessments every day of staff coming in the door. We're required to do that. We're required to assess students when they come in the door, temperature check and an attestation form that have to be filled out. So the principals have already been given notice on those issues that they will have to make plans for. They're making plans now because we've already getting questions back from them. That one of the things on that document was your quarantine room cannot be manned by your school nurse. So a lot of different issues that will be addressed. But key things.
So it cannot be
manned by your school nurse because your school nurse will have other duties, and that's clearly laid out by. So yeah, but everybody doesn't have a nurse every day. So there's going to be some adjustments, but the principals have already been given. Some real some standards, as you saw. I wanted you to see that, so if you were getting hit with those, you would know what it is.
That'd be a handout like when the principals have it. You give it to the parents. Will the schools do that on an individual basis, or how will that?
Principals are going to be expected to set that culture on their campus.
Should that be like with a call or?
That'll be. They started this weekend. There'll be called multiple calls, multiple messages going out from the system. But that's what we'll spend the next month, making sure people understand the expectations.
The other question, and I'm just throwing. I'm not trying to be hard. I'm just trying to ask questions that's come my way. Kindergarten. What happens? You know, typically you send a 5-year-old, 5.5-year-old to school for the first day. They have no clue where they're going. They're scared to death. The parents are basically in tears. What happens to the kindergarten?
Well, again, we're not going to be able to have parents all up in the school, or we're going to have bigger issues. It won't take long for cross-contamination in our schools.
I understand.
And so we'll have to have staff meeting them.
The door or something,
yes,
can they walk them to the door possibly?
Yeah, walk them to the door. It's just not going to be what has happened.
So your screening and all that, will that go away? I know we used to have
But they're only allowed to walk them like that first day or so. That's the
right, okay.
Yeah.
But we used to have a thing like kindergarten screening, will all that go away?
That's something that's come up in the question from the elementary principals. I'm meeting with them tomorrow. So how they're going to do their kindergarten registration, open houses, stuff of that nature, or not registration, their screenings and all. They're going to do some of this in very small groups or remotely.
So will they maybe be in form of an open house in a small group, or?
We'll have to, they're going to get guidance.
It's asking hard questions because people's going to be asking that.
Virtual, one of the things I'm looking at some questions we answered today that I'll be putting out to them is the open houses will have to be virtual, because if we open these open houses and people come in, we could before we ever get going, have situations in schools right off the bat. We'll start with virtual open houses. They're not ideal, but our number one goal is to try to get the kids back in some seats. So that's what we want to focus on. It's not going to be comfortable. Like I say, I go back to March 13th. I felt about this big when I went home that night because I just basically told the principals to tell everybody to stay away. But guest speakers, no. We've always capitalized on guest speakers and community members coming in, outside groups using our campuses. That's a win for us. That's a win that our campuses are used because it leaves the campus from being shut down at night. What better way to protect the school campus than to have a baseball league out there on the field at night? That's a pretty good way to protect the campus because the lights are on. Everybody, it's full of people. Most people are going to tell you if they see something shouldn't happen, but we've had to shut that down, and our focus is going to have to be getting the kids back in as safely as possible and minimizing the outside entry of possible health problems. Because it is going to be a big undertaking to assess the children temperature-wise and the attestation form early on. It's going to be a big undertaking.
There's no way one person can do all that. How do you, any ideas on
Principals are
grade levels, or will a small group come in? I guess you all come through the same door like always, or will fourth and fifth go one way, or I'm just trying to figure.
There'll be different entrance doors for students and entrance doors for staff, so you can kind of regulate. You can't have everybody coming in different ways. As in the past, we'll never be able to assess that situation. So that was part of the thing, identifying entrance doors for staff, entrance doors for students. Eventually, we'll get back away from that, but that's going to be the only way you're going to be able to control it. We're going to need staff's help. We're going to need staff there 30 minutes before the first bell. We're going to need staff to stay 30 minutes after the first bell. Our policy on the workday is pretty broad about professional duties, but we're going to need some help. And then one of the things I'm going to share tomorrow, the principals have asked for some help with, is the transportation that we're going to have to do, because at most 24 kids on a 72-passenger bus is going to be multiple routes. We're going to need some help, that we could have some buses riding into campus 50 minutes before the first bell for Wendy's group to drop them off to go get the next group. We're going to be running some double routes. Now, there again, something I heard today that Marty's group has been working on, that, just like we referenced the great work by Kathy's group. Well, Marty's group is, we're not going to be, we're going to have buses reporting to single schools, right? So we're not going to have cross riders of, kids on the bus going to multiple schools, possible cross contamination. So there's a lot of nuances that are going to be some duty requirements that won't be there over time, but it's just how we're going to do it in our school.
I'm going to bring up something I know Dr. Gainey don't want to hear.
Yeah.
Weather. We're talking about limiting these parents in the school and all. That's something we really going to be ahead on. Last year when the tornadoes came through, at some of these schools, it just all, what broke loose. And there, you talk about Mr. Jones's little Bobby, he's going to come in that school and give you his kid.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something, you hate to hear it, but if there's a possibility and you want to keep people out of school, you may have to just suck it up and say, well, we're going to have to leave early, cancel school this day or whatever, if you want to keep people out of school. Because as a parent, too, if I think something bad is going to happen, I'm going to come get my kid.
And you just made the ultimate comment about, and that's what is the struggle I have, and the struggle of, like I say back in March, keep people out of the school. There's going to be the struggle based on the culture that's all over the school system. But that's what we're going to have to do, but your point's well taken. If we see weather, we may have to make some calls earlier than we would have in the past. And it may, you may make a call and it may not happen.
Yeah, it's going to be like any other time.
everybody winds up safe, then you may have some people upset, just like you thought it was gonna snow and it turned out to be a sunny day. Well, no one got hurt, you
That's
know.
what remote learning's for. It could help you. That's a good question though, Tracy. I agree 100%. And I'm not sure how well virtual open houses in some of these elementary, I don't know how that'll work. I mean, I guess.
Well, I mean, usually open house, they just kind
Elementary
of,
school.
well, I mean, I just know, like, elementary, most of them, like, you know, it gives the teacher a chance to talk, well, to meet her students, but to also say, this is what we're gonna do this year, these are my goals, this is what I expect, and that can be done virtual. I mean, really, I mean, I think mostly for elementary, it just gives that child a chance to come in their room and get that feel of security and all that, you know, and see other people and kind of see what's going on before they come in.
What about supplies now? How will that, I mean, yeah, I know with that,
I would think teachers would still send a list.
send their stuff in, I mean, are kids, can they bring their own? I know they'll have to, but how do you ensure?
Well, Kathy was just talking about supply list today in leadership, and she's gonna look back at those and see, they're gonna try to get those pared down as much as can be pared down, but if we're gonna have school, supply lists are gonna be in there, you know, and there's no, you know, obviously, some things aren't required, but some people help us, and some, you know, will take any help we can get with supply listing, but they'll play a role just like previous years.
I think a lot of teachers put optional on there, so, you know your child's gonna have to have crayons, pencils, whatever, but.
That's
they
what
put a
I'm
lot of
saying,
optional.
if you send stuff in like that,
It's for your child to use.
for your child only, I mean, it's gonna be hard for you to sit
Well,
there.
they have their areas, I mean, you have
That's
boxes.
what I'm saying, I mean, I don't know
It's
what
gonna
you
be
can
hard.
touch and
It's
what
not
you
gonna
can't
be
touch,
easy.
it's gonna be easy.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand, you know what, maybe no water fountains or any of that, they'd be closed, right?
Right.
Yes. That was
So,
one
I
of
mean, you know, little kids, I mean, do you bring your, I don't know, it's not gonna be easy, it's gonna be a whole different,
It's cool, like I said, I know most teachers let them use water bottles.
right, and I think in the
And
classroom,
then
you said they
classrooms
had,
with sinks, you can have disposable cups, or they can bring their own cup. You know, just have to say, this is mine. Marty, were you saying middle school kids would not ride with high school kids on buses? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
So we've split that out, and Wendy and her group have been working on that early on. That was one of the things we talked about, they were talking about within the department, as far as the cross-contamination.
Right, okay. That's what.
Especially the AT middle, or AT area, you may have 3 or 4 schools on one bus. So that's what got the idea rolling. And so as they started working through all these scenarios, they said, let's just separate it all. That way we have absolutely no extra work to do as far as if I'm a middle school kid, something happens at the middle school testing positive, then you don't have to reach out to that high school for all those students as well.
I just hope, you know, everyone who's watching tonight, I hope they go back and tell everybody that a lot's going into this, more than people realize. I mean, just like the school bus thing, I hadn't even thought about that. And, you know, that's great. I mean, you know, it's just something you just don't do overnight. And I just hope, you know, the parents don't realize the work y'all put into this stuff. I appreciate it.
You've got good staff that care about the school system, care about their job, care about what's going on. They think ahead of all this stuff. And so we're fortunate in many ways of the staff that we have and the thought that they put in to these different roles that they have.
Marty, can I say something before you get going on the next section? Oh, Mr. Burgess, you have.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'll end mine with something.
Well, just real simple. So who is going to man the quarantine room? Who are we going to talk into doing that?
That'll be a decision by the principal, and one of the things we are going to share is it can be somebody different every day. We're not going to let them rotate through the day because that could lead to just continued contamination throughout the day. So that's something that's come down in the expectations. So.
Now, is this room for people that have a temperature? Okay, do we not send them home?
We will as soon as we can.
Okay.
And then one of
So
the things.
you may not have somebody in there all day, and some days hopefully you won't have anybody at all.
Well, on that memo, one of the things says, moving from, I forgot how I said it, but it says removal from the school environment, removal from the campus. So
Right.
yes, we'll be trying, if we have symptoms, we're gonna get them off that campus as soon as we can.
Marty, Mr. Trotter, this is Brian B. Can you hear me?
Yes.
One question I got, I've heard from a lot of parents, and I'm concerned with the section where we're ensuring all students from kindergarten through K-12, the mask thing, wear facial covering. Can you give us clarification, once the students are in their seat, and I'm assuming we're going to separate them 6 foot apart, and they're in a classroom setting, would they be able to remove their mask at that time when they're in their desk in a classroom setting, 6 feet apart, or they have to continue to wear their mask throughout the day?
Mr. Biggs, I'll answer that because that was going to be my parting shot on this section. Marty and I have looked at that and want to make sure everybody's really clear on mask. Marty referenced it earlier, but there are opportunities for children not to be wearing masks, and when they're more than 6 feet apart. So what I think will start happening is we will get the children in classrooms spread out, and teachers are going to get spread apart from the kids and realize opportunities where we won't have to, because the idea of wearing the mask the absolute entire day is going to be very difficult. There's no way for a student or staff member to do that. There's other opportunities such as, and it's in our guidebook from DHSS, it says when they're outside, when they're eating, obviously, when they're involved in strenuous physical activity. And the other thing that points out in there is when they're 6 feet apart. So I don't want to get into the measuring the exact, but there will be opportunities to not be wearing masks. And I believe as time goes on, now when we're going down the hallways and all that, yes, we're probably going to have to get them on, and it's very difficult. But I believe our staff will start seeing opportunities based on the way they position students in classrooms to have opportunities to not be wearing the mask, because we all know that that's not feasible all day long, every minute of the day, by a student, whether it be a kindergartner or a senior in high school, and a staff member as well. So we're going to take advantage of that, and we'll work on that, and I hope all parents out there are listening to that. We've been following all the guidelines, and that is something that we will continue as we get more comfortable with this situation, continue to impress upon people, and try to build the comfort level of the kids in these classrooms and schools, as well as the comfort level of our staff members. So that was going to be my last comment on this section anyway. So that's where we are on that.
That's what I was going to talk to him. Actually refer to that same requirement in the Stay Strong NC Public Health Toolkit. The other question I have is, will staff members, especially classroom teachers, be able to wear face shields?
I think that's an option. I don't know that it says you can wear face shields in lieu of a face covering. But again, this guide indicates on page 5 under recommended that schools, not required but recommended, consider building time throughout the school day when students, teachers, and staff can take breaks from wearing their face coverings. And that's some of the times that Dr. Gainey had mentioned. Now, some of our special need programs will probably need to be able to see those staff members' mouths move, things like that, especially if they're hearing impaired. And you may have other students that have that require some speech, that need to see their teacher or assistant speaking those words, how they're pronouncing those words. So I think there's situations certainly where that would be appropriate in the school day. But just to say that in lieu of, I don't know that I've seen that anywhere in this guidance.
Not that guidance, but if you go to the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, it's dated June 30th, 2020, and it's called the Requirements for the Use of Face Coverings and Masks. There's a section for frequently asked questions, and one of the questions is, Are face shields allowed instead of cloth face coverings? And their answer was yes. Plastic face shields that wrap around the sides of the wearer's face and extend to below the chin are an allowed substitute for individuals that have difficulties wearing a cloth face cover.
Well, and to the other point on that, at this point is, we have ordered 3 cloth face coverings for every student and every staff member. And the face shields are, well, I think we figured the cheapest face shield was $4.75, which is about $3.75 more than we spend on our masks. So we can research that if somebody has that and wants to wear it, but the school system providing that out of our resources is probably not an option, other than maybe some special situations that we have with, we have talked about that with some special situations in classrooms with student needs. So
We maybe get an idea of what classroom teachers maybe want that, just to get an idea of what kind of money we're looking at. Because we do have some, if I'm not mistaken, we have some relief money.
and that's what we've already ordered cloth face coverings from. We've already ordered 55,000 cloth face coverings with relief money. And I was quite disturbed, to be honest with you, that the state announced they were going to give us 5 masks for every student and every staff member. I would have liked to have known that well before we spent the money we did on masks. That was the first time we'd heard that. So at this point, we have spent a good amount of money on the cloth face coverings. I think that will be an assessment once we get school started and see where we are, because we are, I think we spent $46,000 on hand sanitizer alone already. So we're very concerned about what that cleaning supplies budget's going to do. So I think that'll be something that might come out over time as well once we get our teachers back in the fall.
Well,
But that's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's like people, and I mean,
But I'm not going to say that if someone brings one, obviously, yes.
I wouldn't have a problem with that. I mean, for me,
Yeah.
I'm so used to wearing you see people with a mask on, and I'm thinking that's 98% of what you see. And I'm thinking, you know what, I go in the grocery store at night and there's this one person with a big shield, or they have a big, and I'm thinking, I wouldn't be caught wearing that, that's just me. I mean, they wear what they want, but.
So can teachers and students wear their own mask? Or do they have to wear the ones supplied by the school?
They can wear their own if they bring it.
Okay.
I don't have an issue with that. I don't think anybody. So.
I mean, I just know for these younger children, I know a lot of parents have already bought masks for their kids and they feel comfortable in them, that.
The only way we knew how to deal with this requirement is come up with a standard, assuming nobody was going to bring a mask.
Right.
And that's, quite frankly, it was originally before the latest ruling of under 11, they did 55,000, it was going to be 5 masks per student and staff member, but when the younger kids got put into the mix, that's how it got reduced down to 3.
Kindergarten may go through 2 or 3.
Yours is probably better quality than they were going to give you anyway.
We've already purchased those masks. Have we asked the state if we can get a credit or some of that money back, since we already have our own?
All we've heard is what we heard, whatever day
I
it
would
was.
ask that question, because I'm sure we could put some of that money to get.
Just like they ordered, they sent us 174 thermometers.
Take cash.
Now, it's good we ordered the thermometers we did, because the ones that came had been determined to not be very high quality. So it's good we did order.
One of the good things is you already ordered a mask, because I mean, hate to say it, but it's probably true. If we waited on the state, come first day of school, there wouldn't be no mask sitting in Randolph County.
Any other questions on that section?
Mr. Trotter, I have one more.
Yes.
Again, not with everything you did, you got a direct report here. There's just some questions that have come from staff and members. And I'm assuming we're encouraging our schools to use every square inch of their buildings, because there's some teachers that are, they're looking at 30+ students in a classroom, specialized classroom. So we're encouraging them to use all the space, I mean, even gyms maybe, I mean, auditoriums. I mean, we're using all our space to try to utilize social distancing so that we can let these kids be more comfortable in their classroom setting. Is that kind of how we're tackling that? With those classes that have more than, say, 30 people, 35 people in a class?
Well, part of Plan B helps with that because you've limited the number of students that can be on your campus at a given time.
Yeah.
But certainly, yes, if there's other spaces in our building that we're going to have to spread out to make that work, then we'd have to use every available space in our school buildings, yes.
All right, thanks.
Anything else on that section? One item that I failed to mention, with all the additional cleaning and sanitizing, wiping down, as Mr. Cook said, those front door buzzers, the door handles, the light switches, fixtures in the restrooms. Through that CARES Act money, we are looking at adding some additional custodial hours for this year. So each school, based on their square footage, would receive some extra support there. One thing that we've asked is that they be there during the school day. So whenever the kids are there, that's when this is needed, to do that then. We've also, because typically what we've done with other employees, we've required them to go out and get the bus certification, things like that. Since this is funding that may go away after the year, we did not want to invest a lot of time and extra resources in getting those CDL trained. Go through the background screening, well, we'd obviously have to do that, but go through the drug testing, what's the other piece? The DOT physical, that's all required for a CDL. We didn't want to invest those extra dollars, so we've said that for these particular positions for the year, since they might go away at the end of the fiscal year, that we would not require those to do extra sub-bus driving in that situation. So we want these folks to focus on the school day when students are there to hit some of these high-touch areas throughout the school day.
So we're not going to drug test someone we hired to be a custodian? Or is that just to be the bus? We
don't drug test teachers when we hire them. It's for the CDL only.
For CDL?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a pre-employment drug test, and then it's a random drug test after that. So those individuals will be on that random test. No other questions? I'll move on down to school nutrition. The school nutrition department will discontinue the use of any self-service food or beverage distribution. So some of our high school areas, students were actually able to go up and dip out their portion. So that'll go away. That will not happen moving forward. I don't know that we really had any beverage distribution centers in our schools, but I think some of the schools across North Carolina had that, and obviously that would go away as well. I will remind our school nutrition staff to stay 6 feet apart throughout the food distribution and back in the kitchen area, and will ensure that all non-disposable food service items are properly cleaned in the dishwasher. We'll allow adequate time again for students to wash and sanitize their hands before and after meals. We'll comply with all requirements for social distancing and minimizing exposure among staff. And the school system will also offer various meal service options as needed to promote social distancing. That includes satellite kiosks, food carts, grab-and-go meals, classroom meals, to provide meals to as many students as possible throughout the day. Kelly and her staff have also worked very hard on looking at menus and things like that and what we can do for our students. So depending on what we look at, they have simplified, I think, the menu selections. So if we do split the student body and they come on different days, then at some point they'll repeat that menu during the week. So they're not doing 4 different meals or 5 different meals during the week. It may be 2 different meals during the week, or 3 at the most. For any of the students on the days that they're not in school, there will be offerings for them to go home. There will also be breakfast items for those students as well. Those will be more shelf-stable type items. that'll go out for breakfast, but there will be a meal for the lunches. So with lunch, that menu cycle will rotate every 4 weeks, and with the to-go meals, that'll be a cycle of every 2 weeks. One good thing that we heard recently through Kelly's group, I think through the state, is currently any students that are reduced would receive free breakfast and free lunch for this particular school year. So before, when they were getting free breakfast and then paying a reduced fee for lunch, that'll be free for both lunch and breakfast for those particular students. Kelly and her group have also looked at and ordered a pre-order app, and that'll be used. Middle schools, high school students can use that. Teachers in elementaries can use that, as well as any family that choose to go with the remote option, if that's their choice. They can also use the pre-order app. For those situations, families would pick up their pre-order meals at their particular high school. So whatever their high school they're feeding into is where they would pick up those meals. Typically, your high schools have more staff, and that's one of the reasons why we did that for those. We would not deliver like we did for the emergency feeding from March through the end of June. So deliveries will not be an option at this time. Any questions on school nutrition?
And those meals would be served on the high schools to the kids that are not in school, kids, school days?
Well, it depends on whatever plan we're on, but whatever days they're not in, there would be meals available for those students.
So, all right, if I'm paying for my lunch and whatever, at the end of one of the days, whatever, we're in the period where you pick up 2, 3, 4 days worth of future meals, I guess. Obviously, these are prepackaged type meals. So, if I'm paying, so I would need to pay, that's bad time for those
That's
2, 3,
correct.
4 meals?
If you're a full pay student, you would still pay for those that you take home on the days that you're not in school. That is correct. And again, all these meals still have to meet all the nutritional values as outlined through all the other programs that we've got. So regardless of what it is, if it's the hot meals at school or if it's the to-go meals, they all have to meet those standards.
Are the hot meals at the elementary pretty much the same deal every day? Is there any?
No, there's a cycle that'll rotate every 4 weeks. Every 4 weeks.
Is there 2 choices?
There's at least 2 choices. And what Kelly and her staff did was they went and looked at the most popular items for all their grade level and menus, and that's what they're going to put on this particular rotation as their best-selling items.
So the kids, will those meals be delivered to the classroom, like on a car or something?
Elementary would be delivered to the classroom, middle and high school would actually go to the line and pick up theirs.
Like the elementary, how would, oh, sorry. Didn't have it on.
Kids have a number,
Okay,
all kids have a number,
right.
so.
But I'm just saying, how
I'm
would,
assuming that would be turned in the morning to the cafeteria.
right. So would the teacher
cafeteria-
turn that in, and what number is that, they would do that, okay?
Yes, so
All right, gotcha.
when the cart comes to the classroom, the teacher knows exactly.
Have number 101 gets T-bone steak, I gotcha. All right.
Tony, I had a question.
Yes.
You mentioned full paid meals, what is that?
So whatever the rate is for a meal. So if it's $2.50, I'm just going to use numbers because I can't remember them right off the top of my head and kill it, it'll skim me. So if I typically pay $2.50 for a meal, and I wanted to go and pick up meals for the days I'm not in school, I would still pay $2.50 per meal.
But they don't have to pay one of those 3 days in case.
If
They don't want to get
they
it.
don't, no, if they don't
Okay.
need or want the meal, they don't have to pay for it. That's correct.
So you're getting exactly what you're paying for.
Absolutely.
Living.
All right, any other questions on that? All right, I'll move on to student services and athletics. The school system will disseminate COVID-19 information and combat misinformation through multiple channels to staff, students, and families. The school system will put up signage, posters, flyers at main entrances and key areas throughout the school building and facilities to remind students and staff to use face coverings, wash hands, stay 6 feet apart whenever possible. And that includes the wear, wait, and wash campaign. The school system will provide staff, families, and students, if age appropriate, with information on how to access resources for mental health and wellness. Back to Mr. Bowles' point earlier on the SHAC report we did. All those things have got to be key as we move into the next school year. We've got to rebuild those relationships with those kids. We've got a lot of kids that are struggling, I think, mentally, just because they've been away from that interaction with adults and other students. And so we've got to do all that we can to provide some information to them and resources. Obviously, with athletics, we'll follow the North Carolina High School Athletic Association guidelines. And again, the school facilities are closed for outside groups and the use of facilities there. So any questions on the student services or athletic piece? Then moving down finally to transportation. The school system will clean and disinfect frequently touched surfaces and transportation vehicles prior to morning routes and prior to afternoon routes. We will clean and disinfect any equipment that may be for our special needs students. We will ensure safe and correct use of storage and cleaning disinfection products, including storing products securely away from children and adequate ventilation when staff are using such products. We will follow the monitoring protocol, and all bus riders will be screened upon arrival at school. We will enforce if an individual becomes sick during the school day, they must not use transportation to return home. So that means a student's sick, parent needs to come pick up so that we're not infecting those students in the afternoon ride home. Same thing with the driver. If they become sick during the day, they may not return to drive their students home that afternoon. We'll provide hand sanitizer with at least 60% alcohol to support healthy hygiene behaviors on the school bus transportation vehicles for safe use by staff and students. Obviously, when that's when the driver's not on the bus, that needs to come out of the bus when they leave. We will provide all bus drivers with PPE or personal protective equipment. We will train all bus drivers on bus cleaning protocols, and we will assist with contact tracing using a weekly ridership log. Yes?
It's already out there that bus drivers are going to have to take the temperatures as the kids walk on the bus. Is that true?
Well, that's what I was going to say. We're going to let the kids get on the bus and ride on the bus to the school and then take their temperature and figure out how to get them back home. I know.
The bus driver can have a fever.
Can we not have
when they get
a
to
monitor? I know, bless these people's heart.
Here's my concern. If we've got an elementary student sitting out there, mom and dad's already gone to work, and they get a 100.4 fever, are we really, as a school system, will leave that student on the side of the road
Are we really going to put them on a bus and
with no knowledge if they can get back in their home or not?
But are we going to put them in a room with other people that may have a...
Well, they're going to be spread out.
I understand,
They're going to be
but, I
spread
mean-
out with masks.
So with the bus transportation, we can only have one per seat. Right, so the mask is on the bus as well. So it's one per seat, which is a max of 24 on a particular bus. Going back to transportation, we had them working all kinds of scenarios. One time we heard that the max was 8 students you could have on a bus. One time it was half capacity, which would have been 36 for a 72 passenger. So they run all sorts of scenarios trying to figure out how to get students to school. And I'll just say, if it was 8 per bus, we'd be running at least 3 bus routes per school per day. And so your school day, your staff work day would be tremendous. That's just not feasible. So at least we've got some flexibility now where it's a max of 24 students on a particular bus. But I understand your point, and I understand what you're saying. Yes, the guidelines say that, but we've got to hammer home to our parents and families. If you think your child's sick, please don't send them out to the bus stop.
Well, and Marty and I talked about this, and you know, there's 2 options we have, and I own this one. If somebody wants to get upset with it, they can blame me, because Marty and I talked about this. I just, in my heart, I cannot leave a kid on the side of the road out in the middle of the country because we take their temperature and it comes up too high. I understand the other side of it. You could either do it by an attestation form to get them on the bus, which our drivers will do, and get them to school and check them. We'll check them as they come in, or we can check them at the door of the bus. But also, you know, we're thinking too, we've got parents who need to get back to work, And I just can't stomach the idea of that little guy or girl standing out in the middle of, or even the middle schooler or the high schooler, and, you know, they may be all excited to go to school, and now we've just broke their spirit because they learned they got the temperature. We'll deal with it. You know, we'll deal with it the best we can. That's just a tough one, I'd say, Mark. That's one of the toughest conversations we had. We've had it multiple times. We've talked with our attorneys about that as well, about what the standards say, and so we're going to deal with it the best we can. We're going to hope that we can, over time, get parents to partner with us, which I think they will. If their child's sick, don't send them. We'll get them back with us as soon as possible, and we'll do the best we can there. I just, the thought of that little child standing out there after we roll away just would break my heart.
One of the biggest things is too, you have some kids, the parents come home, what'd you do at school today? I didn't go, the bus driver wouldn't let me on the bus. Nothing wrong with them.
Yeah, I had a temperature when I got to the door.
I know, I mean.
If they got a temperature of 104, there's something wrong with them.
Well, I'm talking about kids just don't want to go to school, so all they gotta do is tell the parents, hey.
You know, I think it's really important that we've got to incorporate the help of parents and family members. School will come back in session 4 weeks from today, and now's the time, not the weekend before, now's the time to keep practicing with your student about and talking to them about social distancing, about wearing a mask, practice putting the mask on and wearing it for a certain amount of time. I mean, we have got to have your help with this also, because it is not going to work if we're going to have to do it all, or the teachers or administrators are going to have to do it all. I don't want teachers and administrators having to spend their day, all day long, being the mask police and social distance police. Talk to them now and let them know your expectations. This is what is going to have to happen when you return to school.
I agree.
So,
And that's a great point. Exactly. It's going to take team effort, and we're talking about the temperature of a sick kid or something. You said the quarantine room, that would be where the kids would go. Is that if they're sick? A special room, like, okay, and you rotate who's manning that room. I mean, typically now, what happens if a kid gets sick? The teacher sends them to the office a lot of times. That's where they go.
I don't think it can be in the office.
It can't be in the office. It cannot be in that office.
Isolated room.
Because what happens a lot of time, you call the parents. This is where parents are going to have to step up.
Yep.
You know what? You got them. They got the temperature. You can keep them. I'll be there when I get there. We can't do that
You can't get hold of them.
No, you can't get hold of them. No one answered the phone. You try 5 different numbers,
Change their number.
and you're there with them, exposed for. That's got to stop. I mean, that's part that concerns me. I mean,
But I mean, we're still going to have children get sick
we
that
are.
do not have COVID-19.
Yes, we're
So,
going to
I
have
mean,
that.
so we're going to have
But
to.
that room you're talking about, I just don't think it's fair to. May not have anybody want to man that room,
Well, one of the questions been asked by the principals on the Q&A, I'll start preparing for them, is what about rotating people through? And we don't need to be rotating during the day. I don't say that the same person has to do it every day, but if you rotate multiple people through and something comes out, we're going to have it all over the school. So
It can
one
be
of the
done.
things-
I mean,
yeah.
You just have to follow the guidelines,
Absolutely.
use the personal protective equipment, make sure everybody understands what their role is. It can be done.
The role is going to be more or less observing the setting while we're waiting for a child who's sick to come be picked up, or to be picked up. And so you're right, we're going to have the cooperation. And if we're going to get back in school, it's going to take a team effort. And I'm confident our parents will respond with our staff.
And in
Dr. Gaines, this is Brian Biggs. Can you speak to safety of the schools? I don't think it's if we're going to have a case. I think we will have a case in the climate we're in at a particular school, how we're going to handle that if Johnny comes to school and he does have COVID. and maybe a staff member has COVID. Can you speak to a little bit as far as safety in schools and how you plan to handle that?
Yes, sir. There's two types of cases. There's one where somebody turns up positive and they're symptomatic, and there's one where someone turns up positive and they're asymptomatic. If they're symptomatic, we look back 48 hours, we look at the contacts, we do contact tracing. The health department's doing the same thing, but it's the employer, we're doing that. If they're asymptomatic, meaning they tested positive, didn't have it, we go back 10 days. Let me go back. When they have symptoms, we go back 48 hours from when the symptoms started. If they're asymptomatic, we go back 10 days from when they were got the positive result, and we start looking at their interaction, where they've been, who are possible contacts. So every case could be individual. It could, to just be quite frank with the situation, we could have a situation where we have to close a classroom or put every child in this classroom on remote learning for maybe 14 days. Or we may get in a situation where we find it so widespread in the school that the contacts with the positive have been so widespread, we may have to put the whole school on remote for 14 days. And as Ms. Troutman's on the call tonight, or on the meeting, she and I both know that some of these expectations and standards have changed over time. Like about a month and a half ago, the CDC contact tracing fell to not only whatever the health department's doing, and Susan Hayes has been working very hard to work with me on situations, but the contact tracing became a responsibility of the employer too. So that's where we are. Every case will be individual based on what we find when we start looking back. The first thing we'll want to find out, were they symptomatic or not symptomatic? And that'll determine the look back period, Mr. Biggs, and then we'll go from there. Could the change be, could it change from a 14-day, putting everybody on remote in that classroom or that school, to a shorter period of time? Who knows where we'll be. You're exactly right, though. It's not an if, it's a when we have a case on a campus with a student or staff member, and we'll deal with it very swiftly, very detailed. We don't have a choice, and a lot of things in my office will stop when a situation like that happens, because that's going to be the priority for everybody else in that environment as far as their safety and the individual.
I mean, that goes back to what Mr. Cutler was saying. Everybody's got to be on this, because our parents, they're going to be quickly responsive and be flexible. Like you say, we go back a day or two and find out, this is widespread through the school, their kids going to be at home remote learning, so they're going to be flexible and willing to do this if they want their kids to go back in school. And, the majority of the people I talk to, they want their kids back in school because their kids want to be back in school. I talked to a lady this morning, and she said, my kid needs it structurally, emotionally, mentally. Said this 5-6 months has been devastating to their kid. So they got to realize they got to be flexible with us. We don't have, I can't say we have any answers. We have the best we can do. This is a 6-month pandemic, and the people who say they know what's going on, let's be realistic, they don't know what's going on.
That's obvious, isn't it? That is so obvious.
Yeah, and I'll just add that the guidance on this changes very regularly, and so everybody just has to be prepared for that. You also may have, to shut down a school for 24 hours to 2 days to clean it, and everybody's just gonna have to, come pick up their kids. That's just how it might be. So.
What will determine if you close the school down for 2 days or whatever? How will you?
The amount of spread, the contact, the extent of the contact exposure, the people's exposure to the
Is the school kind of tracking that down for you, or how will you?
I'll be working with the principal, and we'll be both of us will be in it. That's for sure. A lot of things will stop because, as y'all already mentioned, we only have a certain amount of staff, and so everybody's going to take their role in some of these situations that are going to, so I've been working closely with supervisors on cases of this nature.
And the school system will need to work closely with the health department as well, because they're the ones who really understand the, infectious disease part of this. But there have already been situations in which this school system has implemented those procedures to reduce the spread. So I just think everybody has to be aware that those rules are changing as the health officials learn more and more about the disease.
And it usually kicks off with either I get a tip from somebody and calls Susan Hayes, or Susan Hayes calls me and says, we've got something. So that's with the health department, that's where it starts.
I just wanted quickly, one more thing. I know, Marty, the safety thing is probably the biggest deal going, by far, what you addressed tonight. I'm sitting here, I get texts from people, well, you guys didn't ask this, you guys didn't ask that. I have been, it's okay, bombarded. But you can't ask every question, We don't have the answers to everything. But what would you recommend, and I get it, parents want to feel safe, staff want to feel safe, they want answers. Who would you recommend between now and the next week or school starts? Can people email questions and someone be able, I'm not trying to open up Pandora's box, but people have a right, if they have a concern, we also owe it to them to,
well, there's some.
Not the principal, I'm just saying, who would you address, that school, or would you address here, or?
Well, obviously, some things we're going to continue to be updating principals on what's going on, and so principals are going to be, they're going to have, I would assume one place to go would be the school. If
they can't answer, they can follow up.
If the principal has a concern, they can call. We shared a lot with them on Tuesday. We'll continue to share. We've got a big meeting on August 5th. There'll be more information shared, more details then with the principals, assistant principals, and unfortunately, I'm afraid it's going to be a virtual Zoom meeting again. I was hoping it would not be. 2 months ago, I was hoping by that time we'd be back together. But we will continue to be sharing information. But yes, it's going to need to go to the principals, and then the principals, if they don't have information for that, they can certainly they know they can get out of this.
If we go back to school, I know, and this is just my opinion, the Zoom meeting's not a bad thing. It's working now, but if we go back to school, I'm thinking, I wouldn't really want to pull the principals out of the school very much right now. I would try to keep them in schools, everybody. The principals, you know what? They're probably better off in their school building than they'd be down here for a half a day. If you could do it Zoom, that's just an opinion.
And another reference, Dr. Gaines, I think that's right. On our school website, parents or anybody can access that Strong Schools NC Public Health Toolkit, which is just with the guidance that we're using that was just updated last week.
And Tim, because he has the link, was telling me this afternoon whenever they updated it, automatically updates. So yeah, that's been up there.
Yeah, I got some. Okay. All right. Well, actually, there was one thing about athletics. We kind of jumped through it real fast, and I wasn't quite ready. There is something I do want to bring up about athletics in middle school. Maybe now's not the time to do it, but I do want to do it sometime tonight. I'll kind of wait, if that's okay, because now we've got more important things right now. But with the kids getting on the bus with a fever, I understand your position on everything. I think we need to explore some other options, at least talk about it more as a group on that. It doesn't have to be done at this moment, because I think we need to get more information. But I think there's, I wouldn't want my child to be on that bus that we allow the kid to get on there with the, so we don't have to discuss it right now, because we got some more important things right now, but I think this is not something that we need to just let it go right now.
I think my thought on that, Fred, I understand your concern, is we expect parents or family members not to let their kids come to school that way anyway.
I know, but we know it happens.
It happens.
Sharon, how many times were you teaching and you had a sick child come to school? So, but all I'm saying is, that if there's a way that we can find out, do they have a fever before they get on the bus? We need to have something in place to address it then. And I don't know that I know enough right now to even put out, hey, here's an option. But I think it's something that, as a school board and as a system, we need to look at other options. And maybe you looked at the other options and you can correct me where, okay, this is not going to work because of this,
I
this,
think
and
it'd be
this.
hard, because I think what you're gonna do is these parents are gonna say, the kid's gonna get up and say, I don't feel good. And the parents gonna say, I have to go to work, and you have to go to school. They don't have time to take a temperature. They probably give them some Tylenol and send them out to the bus stop.
That was a point I was gonna make.
Yeah,
Two things,
probably.
I have struggled with this piece more than any, really out of the guidance that we've got. What's to say a parent won't fib on the attestation form? Or what Ms. Farley just said, what's to say they won't load them up on Tylenol or Advil, send them to school, and then 2 hours later, 3 hours later, they have a fever at that point. So, trust me, I've thought about it, we've struggled with it. Wendy came up with the idea of splitting those bus routes as much as we could to keep those students as isolated to a particular school as possible. That's something we've struggled with.
Yes, that's been a big discussion, and
And let me just share something real quick. I've heard some of the other school systems are thinking about it. They're going to have their driver take temperatures of those students. If that student has a fever, they're going to call in, sit in the middle of the road, call into the school, have the school call the parent, tell the parent, Johnny's got a fever, and then wait until that student is picked up by that parent. We can't do that. Highway 64, Highway 49, 421, there is no earthly way we're going to do that.
Sitting there.
I mean, it goes back to what Mr. Cutler said before. We all got to work together. I mean, parents has got to be parents. You know, I hate to say it like this, a lot of times the school system is a parent.
You're
But
right.
right now, the parents is going to step up. They want their kids to have an education. They want their kids to go to school. It's time to step up and be a parent and quit having the school system raise your kids.
Work with the school system.
one of the oddest phone calls we get is let a kid get left off at the wrong bus stop or missed or something. And it's, so I would concur with Marty. It's been a big point of discussion. And the state gave us two options, and a lot of superintendents I've talked to have struggled with this, and they come back to the same thing of leaving the kid beside the road is going to be something that's going to be very difficult for anybody to do.
Okay.
All right, anything else?
And they call it
Okay. I need a motion to approve the consent items.
So moved.
I have a second.
Second.
All those in favor state your name and say aye.
Tracy Boyle, aye.
Matthew Lemon, aye.
Todd Cutler, aye.
Gary Cook, aye.
Sharon Farlow, aye.
Fred Burgess, aye.
Brian Biggs, aye.
Okay, motion carries. Hey, could we possibly have a 2-minute, 3-minute break before we go into the action items? Okay, all right, we're gonna take a,
Elizabeth, we need to go to
I need a 3-minute break.
right?
Yeah.
So call for a recess.
Okay, do I need a motion?
Yeah.
Motion for that, Elizabeth, yes?
Yes, sorry, I was on mute.
Okay.
Yeah, you need a motion to go into recess.
I need a motion for like a 4 or 5 minute recess.
I move we have a 5-minute recess.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Say your name.
Tracy Boyle, aye.
Matthew Lemon, aye.
Todd Cutler, aye.
Gary Cook, aye.
Sharon Farlow, aye.
Come on, Fred, I'm about to die.
All right, Fred Burgess, aye.
Brian Biggs, aye.
All right. Motion carries. Thank you.
Hey, was there a way to show that
Okay, we're back in open session. And at this time, we will move on to the action items with Dr. Gainey.
Okay, board members, want to share with you some options as we look at getting back into school. I know other systems are starting on remote instruction early on, but want to show you some options that can get us back with some face-to-face instruction as a somewhat of a hybrid approach, face-to-face and remote. So the options are up on the screen and in your notebook. Option number one is this option would allow all students in pre-K through 5, grade 5, to come to school every day. We would use elementary school campuses and middle school campuses for this because, again, with Plan B, we can't bring all our kids back, approximately half of our kids at a single time, and to be at a social distance, we would not be able to bring them all into one campus. With this, we would divide grades 6-8 into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and we divide grades 9-12 into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and the A 6 through 8 graders and the A 9 through 12 graders would go on Monday, the B groups would go on Tuesday, the C groups would go on Wednesday. And then for middle school and high school, they will be on remote instruction on Thursday and Friday. Now, a couple of things there. That means if I'm a middle school student, I would only get 1 day a week of face-to-face on campus. Same thing if I'm a high school student. We have to divide them into 3 groups to be able to get into that capacity, that 50% capacity for Plan B. Another thing you need to note is that the middle school and high school kids will be on campus together on a high school campus. So there'll be a lot of movement of students. And for the most part, the students in grade 4 or 5 will be on the middle school campuses, and grade 6-8 will be on high school campuses, so they will be in familiar settings. Another issue with this one, the biggest issue, the biggest positive is getting our elementary kids there every day. Also, this would take away the child care issue in grades pre-K through 5 because they'll be there every day. But knowing if we bring all the pre-K to 5 kids on campus at the same time, to social distance them, picture teacher X, his classroom is now divided into 2 settings, so we're going to need a second person to cover his or her other setting. We're going to run out of staff. We could possibly have severe staffing issues. So that is option number 1. Any questions about option number 1? Option number 2, very similar in some ways and different in a few ways. Similar in that all students in grades pre-K through 5 would go every day of the week. Again, we use elementary for pre-K through 3. They would use basically they stay at their elementary school campus, and grades 4 and 5 would go to a middle school campus in their feeder zone. Grades 6 through 8, they would be divided into 2 groups, A and B. Grades 9 through 12 would be divided into 2 groups, A and B. With this approach, we would bring in, again, a middle schooler would get 1 day a week on campus, whether in group A or B. A high school would get 1 day a week on campus, whether in group A or B. But the difference here is we would not have high school, middle school kids on the campus together. Again, high school and middle school would have to use the high school campuses. Positives, child care would not be a problem. It would be addressed with this plan. Also, like the previous, pre-K through 5 would have school every day, face-to-face. Middle school and high school kids would only get 1 day a week. Grades 4 and 5 and 6 and 8 would be unfamiliar settings. And I've also noted on these how many days worth of meals. Like, for instance, the middle school child in group A, when that child left on Monday, he or she would take 4 days worth of meals home, which could be very tough on child nutrition. Basically, a middle school, high school child, when they left their last day of the week, they would take 4 days of meals home, or their only day of the week, 4 days of meals home. And on that schedule, everybody, middle and high school, would be remote on Wednesday. Again, like option number 1, staffing issues could be a problem at the pre-K through 5 level. Again, the example of first grade teacher, we divide his or her class into 2 groups to get 50% in each classroom, social distance. We could have staffing issues with enough people to cover those classes. Option 3 has a little bit of variation from option 2 and 1. Option 3, again, elementary, pre-K through 5 will come to campus every day, using elementary middle school campuses. Grades 6, 8, 9, 12 would use high school campuses, but this time we do a little different. We divide the middle grade students and high school kids into 3 groups. So you can see the A group of middle school and A group of high school will be on campus together on Monday, B and B on Tuesday, C and C on Wednesday. Now, instead of leaving the rest of the week remote, we would then turn around and divide the middle school kids into 2 groups, D and E for Thursday and Friday. So that plan would give middle school students 2 days a week of face-to-face, but again, only 1 day a week for the high school students. And again, high school, middle school kids will be on the high school campuses at the same time. We'd have middle school kids going to high school campuses as well, but that's what we need to do facility-wise. And as mentioned on the other options, 1 and 2, staffing issues could be a concern in pre-K through 5. So I'll stop there, and any questions you have on option 1, 2, or 3, they will look quite different than the next 4 options that I'll present. But the big thing, option, and what I want to say to anybody listening is there'll be 7 options presented tonight, and every one of those 7 options will have a child care component for kids in pre-K through grade 5. So really the component grade option 1, 2, and 3 is the fact that pre-K through 5 will be in school every day. So any questions about any one of those options at this time?
I'll run a quick comment to start off. I see the negatives of elementary students being out of their setting. I don't think that's great. We talked about middle school, and in one of the scenarios, we're going to have middle schoolers and high schoolers not on the same bus, but we would be sending them to the same school. So I don't really like that. And I really would like to see all students have more than 1 day a week. I don't like that. And I think, well, high school, one of those only has 1 day. Every scenario is 1 day for them, and I just don't think that's enough. Not fair. That's just an opinion.
Well, and to that, Mr. Cook, you hear the different theories that middle school and high school students are better prepared for the online remote or the remote instruction. You know, what we explored was the many different options that could be there. There was a big push in some of the explorations to see the elementary kids have a chance to be on campus every day, but I understand those concerns, and I also value the idea of the amount of pre-teaching that can go on if we can get students on campus more than 1 day. So you are right. In every option so far, the high schoolers would only have 1 day a week. And in every option so far, well, in the 3 options presented so far, there's only 1 that gives the middle school students more than 1 day a week. And there will be concerns. There could be concerns about grades 6, 8, 9, 12 on the same campus. So,
Before we get into discussing this anymore, can you tell me what a day is going to look like? Not just schedule-wise, but I mean, well, first of all, middle school and high school, it sounds like they are going to be changing classes then?
yes, we're going to try to run them through their schedule, knowing that the capacity or the number of students in schools will be less. It'll be a more opportunity to keep social distancing. We'll have to be more strategic in movement in the hallways, but we're not planning on coming in and saying, okay, Stephen, you go to this classroom and everybody you interact with is coming to you, because the way those schools are structured. And you know, what my worry is, Mr. Burgess, is if we start putting students in one spot when they get to campus, we've just cut out a lot of things such as CTE classrooms, other special interest electives. We've cut out our physical education. We've cut out a lot of the electives that are so near and dear to our students. And even the sciences, Mr. Burgess, we just limited what science classes can do, particularly at the high school level, because every class is not equipped for that, as we've had to deal with some things. We've had to upgrade some classrooms at your ridges. We've added high school grade levels, had to create a biology lab and a chemistry lab, because that building was not built for that high school level originally.
So, as far as changing classes, is it like normal? I mean, obviously with the less students, is it a staggered bell type system, or what are we looking at doing there?
But it's going to be, it's easier to do it staggered. I'll just give you a case in point. When I went to my middle school in Burlington, they rank a bell to send people to class. They rang the bell to get you in class at the end of the day. And when I first got there, I thought, oh, this is not going to work for me, you know. And I learned to love it. I mean, we moved on times. I'm not even inquired with our principals what they're ringing during the day, the bells. But you could much easily move kids without the bells, or on a stagger, probably the middle school, inside that group of teachers, than you could high school. You're going to still need the signals to start and stop at those blocks. You know, I'm not going to stop a high school principal from being creative. You know, there was days as a high school principal when certain things happened, and I said, hey, we're going to go without bells right now. We're going to go on time. But trying to keep the day as, we want the day to be as much like a day should be, or would have been, had we not been dealing with this pandemic. So, because otherwise we're going to start cutting into the different parts of the curriculum that we want students to have access to. We've already, you know, the 3 months we dealt with that real concentrated focus on core areas. But we all know that well-rounded part of the child comes from beyond those core areas.
So and I guess we talked about this a little bit before, on elementary school level, we are going to have BEPs as far as pulling them out of class?
Yes, we're planning on trying. I mean, I don't know how the PE teacher can bring that down to the classroom, so we're gonna try to have school as regular as possible. Yes.
All right. And then for like those students who, and I know I'm kind of being a little bit devil's advocate, but you know, we're going to get hit with all kinds of questions and things like that, just things that come to mind, especially in the elementary grades. The student has speech, stuff like that. You know, how you're going to have a speech lesson may not be the right word it's termed, but as far as you pull out for speech, and if they're having to wear masks and things like that, they've got to you know, watch the teacher's mouth and stuff like that, and how they can speak through their mask if the student's wearing one. So
that may be a case where as we described, the face shields. Those are the kind of situations we talked about with the face shields. Because there could be some limited purchases of those, but that's already come up in our discussions. And also, as mentioned when I was talking earlier, I think over time our teachers are going to, as they get more and more used to this situation they're in, you know, I think you'll see some creativity of, you know, if I can keep some 6 foot separation, maybe I don't have to have that on all the time and can capitalize on that. So that'll be, but that is probably where you're going to see a face shield. We've had that conversation with Brooke and several staff members.
Would there be enough time, like you're changing classes, or you may have to adjust that time, where you could have some kind of spray or something you could quickly sanitize a little bit?
Well, there's some real...
there's some spray you can just spray out and stuff.
Yeah, but we've got there's been some different guidance on that, so putting that out when the students are there probably is not going to be an option as much as the hand sanitizer, or the sanitation, just wiping the desk, Mr. Cook. That's like the electrostatic sprayer and all.
Lysol?
Yeah, maybe there'll be opportunities for Lysol, but we're going to be,
Like hand sanitizer before you come in, but
we're going to have to be careful.
spray Lysol.
Yeah.
We'll keep everybody's schedule as
simple.
well and as
tight.
as normal as possible, because one day when we say, okay, now schools are open, everybody comes back in, everybody knows the routine and the schedule, and it'd be an easier transition, I think.
You know what, though, in some ways, I feel like we're sitting here tonight, in all honesty, you know, we're asking 1,000 questions, and half of these questions are probably people sitting at home watching. You know, what are they doing? It's like we're doing the same thing over and over. You know what, we're just trying to cover the bases. You know what we're dealing with here tonight? We're dealing with a situation where the governor, they laid it in our lap. That's what they did. I'm just being honest. You know what? When they said you can either go with C or you can go with B, you know what? That's just the easy way. You know what? You got a choice there, but we're going to put it on the school system, and that's exactly where it's at. It's in our lap, and our job is to do the best we think can that'll work. And we're not going to have all the right answers, and if they're not happy, and if we don't, you know what? If we decide tonight to go back to school, you have to understand that option. You still have Plan C. The governor plainly says you can stay at home, you can do it remotely. That's there, no matter what we decide tonight. And I mean, I sit here and I get some texts and stuff like people like attacking me, bashing me. You know what? We're just all trying to ask questions to cover the basis because parents need to know these answers. I mean, you know, just
Well, and Mr. Cook, to your point, okay, so the first three options. So we have the elementary, pre-K through 5, on those options would come every day. But we know there may be families in pre-K through 5 who say we're not comfortable yet. So we're going to bring remote instruction to you until you're comfortable. Just like in the next options with some A-Day, B-Day, or even in those options, those 1 through 3, where we broke up the middle high schoolers into A, B, C groups. You may be in C group as a middle schooler, but you may not be comfortable coming back yet. So we're going to offer remote instruction to you and align it with what the teacher's doing, so we don't have teachers being overworked, and we can be ready when they're ready to come back. They won't be behind. Say the second week they want to come back and join their C group classmates. Well, we don't want them to be 2 weeks behind everybody. So you know, that's the big thing. Whether we were on Plan A or on Plan B, obviously C, everybody would have stayed home. But even if we'd been on Plan A, we would have had students who weren't comfortable coming back. And we would have prepared for them. We would have given them a seat in these classes, but we would have done remote instruction to take care of them until they came back. So
Dr. Gaines, if we're still in phase 2 of the reopening, are any of these plans an option?
Yes, because the governor put us in, we're going by the governor's order to put us in Plan B. The schools, I mean, I know there's different phase numbers, but the school system's been watching whether he was going to put us in Plan A, B, or C. So these plans align with Plan B's parameters.
It doesn't violate the mass gathering provision. Yeah.
It seemed like it kind of conflicted a little bit with some of the language.
Right. It does, except that there's an exemption for educational institutions, and they've come out and clarified that means that the 10-person mass gathering prohibition doesn't apply to schools during delivering instruction, providing education.
Yes.
Okay.
Any more questions on option 1, 2, or 3, or would you like to move on to 4, 5, 6, 7?
Move on.
Okay, option 4. Here we go. Heard a comment a minute ago. Board member said was very interested in everybody having equal time on campus. 4, 5, 6, and 7 focus on that. Option 4 is we'll divide every school into A group and B group, and Monday, pre-K through 12, A would come, Tuesday B would come, Wednesday A, 4B, so it's every other day. Friday would be remote instruction for everybody. The reason being, if you do the wraparound, it will be very confusing for parents to go 1 week on Monday, Wednesday next week. They wind up other days of the week. Also, so this would give everybody 2 days a week. When students left on their final day of the week, they would take 2 meals home with them. Staffing issues would not be a problem because we would not be dividing a class like on the first 3 options in pre-K through 5, where Teacher X's class, half of us in one room, half in the other on the same day. We could use the final day of the week for cleaning of the campus, progress monitoring, making instructional adjustments, and also address technology needs as we get ready for the next week. So option 4 is remote day on Friday for everybody. It would be a school day. Teachers would be teaching on those days through remote instruction, and we would do every other day, A group, B group, A group, B group. Any questions on that? Okay, option 5, it has the remote instruction day on Friday again. What it does now is it puts consecutive days. You divide kids' grades pre-K to 5, 6, 8, 9, 12 into 2 groups, A or B. And again, they would have equal number of time, 2 days per week at every grade level to come to campus. And I didn't mention this on option 4, but everybody would attend school on the campus to which they were assigned. There would not be staffing issues. And again, the remote day on Friday could be used for cleaning, progress monitoring, and instructional adjustments, and addressing technology issues. And here's something, putting AA together and BB together, those consecutive days will allow for more continuity of instruction. It would allow for pre-teaching. If I'm a high school math teacher and I know I have my A students for 2 days, you better believe when they leave me on that second consecutive day, they're going to have an idea of what they're going to confront on those 3 remote days. I'm going to use some of that time for pre-teaching as well. May do pre-teaching and use more reinforcement of what we learn to do on the A days on face-to-face. I may leave that reinforcement activities for then remote. Spend more time on the 2 A days for new instruction. Also, it'll be an opportunity, if you have kids 2 days in a row, greater opportunity for staff members to build relationships with the students and monitor social emotional issues, which are going to develop. And then finally, we may prevent some cross-contamination of the school by keeping the groups together. AA, BB may not be as much as a future option down that I'm going to show you in a minute. But I also want to mention something about option 4, 5, 6, and 7. If you go there tonight with one of those, I do have a child care program to address the kids in pre-K through 5 that I will share with you. And that's what I mean by a separate program. So option 5 is AA, BB, remote on Friday. Any questions on option 5? Okay, option number 6. We would put the remote instruction day on Wednesday. We would do AB, every grade, every level of school will be divided into 2 groups, Group A and Group B. Everybody will get 2 days a week on campus. They would stay on their assigned campus like on options 4 and 5. Again, Wednesday could be used for cleaning, progress monitoring, and adjustments instructionally, and can be used to address any technology issues that may have popped up during the week. Staffing would not be an issue with this one, like 4 or 5 as well would not be an issue. Again, should you choose option 6 tonight, there is a separate program I will share with you that will address pre-K through 5 with the child care support for our staff members as priority and possibly some help for parents. Any questions about option number 6? Option number 7, we would pair the groups up. We'd have remote instruction day on Wednesday again, like option 6, but we do Monday and Tuesday, Group A. We divide every grade level range into 2 groups, Group A and B. We do Monday and Tuesday, Group A, Thursday and Friday, Group B. Everybody would go to their assigned campus. Everybody get 2 days a week on campus, face-to-face. Noted in there the number of meals in each one of these the kids would take home. On this one, a child would take 3 days worth of meals home on his last day of face-to-face instruction. The good thing about midweek, we'd have a midweek opportunity to clean the building. We'd have a chance to progress monitor and make instructional adjustments for the kids, address technology issues, and then we're back to option 5, that continuity of pushing the groups together consecutively. We'd be able to do some pre-teaching on consecutive days, more continuity of instruction. We'd also be able to learn, build relationships with children. We are going to have some social emotional issues that are going to pop up in all children. They love school. But the kids will tell you right out, they're missing their classmates. They're missing their teachers and coaches. We're going to have some things to address. And the thing about option 7 is there is a real opportunity to possibly interfere with any cross-contamination. Should something start in the A group of students in the school, we'd have a day in the middle of the week before we'd bring in another group, BB. So those are the options that are there. Again, 4, 5, 6, and 7 give everybody at every grade level the same number of days a week for face-to-face instruction. There are some pluses to putting the groups back-to-back, consecutive days. Group A, Group B consecutive days. And the differences are where you put that remote day. So I'll answer any questions any of you have, any board members have regarding these options.
All right, Dr. Gainey, when you have a Group A and a Group B, has there been conversation yet of how you will select students to be either an A or B? And could siblings also at other schools be placed in the same group?
We will look at that, Mr. Cutler. One of the things we're going to start with dividing this A and B groups is we're going to start with bus routes. That's going to be our starting point. Quite frankly, I'm not saying it's going to be easier at any grade level, but it's going to be more situational at the high school level than the middle and elementary level. Dividing those groups, we are going to start with bus routes, and we will look at, do our best to look at siblings as we can. Can't say that's going to be perfect, but we will do our best to look at that. The difference now, I will tell you, in looking at all this, the sibling issue may be a bigger issue in options 1, 2, and 3 than 4, 5, and 6, and 7 because everybody's getting equal time. Particularly, you'll see some things for the pre-K through 5 that may take the sibling issue out if it's a sibling in elementary versus in another one in middle line. So, but we will look at that. There is a way in Power School to trace that. We've talked about that. It was brought up by a group of principals in one of the meetings weeks ago. If we go to A Day, B Day, that was one of the things I kind of shared with them. Start looking at how you might divide your school. But we will start with bus routes and looking at what that division looks like, and then sprinkling in car riders or at the high school level car drivers. And it could play a role in something I will present to you in a few minutes that won't be part of the motion, but will be a supplement for these options. It could play a role in a child care support. You may not have enough seats to put this kid on B, but you may move him to A and get him a seat. So
that's a great question. That's a good point. If you could be accommodating to the parents on that siblings. I definitely like this set of plans a little better than I did the first ones, in my opinion. It sounds to me like, I'm not sure how Friday's being or your remote day. I kind of like the thought of cleaning or whatever on Wednesday. And another thing on Friday, and I'm just being honest here, people might find it easier to go out of town. And I mean, you know what, we need to keep them learning as much as we can, especially if you can go back and do it later. So I kind of...
Well, let me say...
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You guys are, I guess, you worked hard on this. You're the professionals. Is there a plan you like the best?
There is. Let me say this before I do.
Put you on the spot.
There's not a plan that addresses everything. Let me just say this to you. It's going to cost us a lot to run buses, and the public needs to know that, and the legislature needs to know that, and we don't need to be ignoring that issue. We start running double routes in the morning to get kids to school and double routes in the afternoon to get kids home. There is no question in my mind we're going to spend more on transportation And I hope the legislature is paying attention to that, because the Randolph County school system has shared that multiple times. Also, so the one thing that I don't think we can address is transportation either way, because we're in Plan B. We can't put more, as Marty said, 24 on a bus. Every plan has its good and bad with child nutrition. We've got to make sure we're getting the meals in the kids' hands, because if we don't get the National School Lunch Program reimbursement, which can ultimately be very damaging to our school system's school nutrition program. I still call it child nutrition. But Mr. Cook, talking to staff and reviewing, if you ask me, yes, my first choice would be option number 7. With the remote day in the middle of the day, and give teachers a chance to have a group of kids 2 days in a row, build relationships. I'm going to go back to that because, I mean, I believe so much in pre-teaching, because pre-teaching has a lot to do with children's confidence. And I always believed, as a high school math teacher, that confidence was very important to learn. And in fact, one of the things we did when I was a high school principal was put in a elective course that pre-taught some courses that some groups would typically struggle in, because I wanted to give them a pre-exposure to it before they went into the geometry class and the biology class. It was a combo class. So I believe in pre-teaching. I believe that if I had kids 2 days in a row, I may cut back on what I did to reinforce the new material while I had them, and try to make sure I gave them more exposure to new material while I had them, so I could do more in those remote days with some reinforcement where they may not need me as much. So if I'm a classroom teacher, and I may be the only one in the school system that would feel that way if you put me with all classroom teachers, but I also believe we have some things that will develop as we get back in school. I believe one of the first things we're going to have to do is reestablish our relationships with children and with staff. We've been separated for a long time. And if we see children 2 days in a row, I think we have more of an opportunity to see what might be going on with a child rather than every other day. So if you ask me, Mr. Cook, I would tell you option 7, and quite frankly, the one where they're paired up, I think option 5 has them paired up again with a remote day on Friday, would probably be my second choice. And so you can hear what's driving what I like, or what I recommend, is the idea of kids being back-to-back for competition.
I totally agree with that, being an elementary teacher. I totally. If you introduce something, you better keep working on it. I mean, if you introduce something and have a day off, you've lost them. I like to say.
Dr. Kenny, with options 4 through 7, if one of those are selected, that's when you will let everybody know about the child care separate program?
I've got it right here, and we're going to talk about it in a minute. If y'all choose one of those, I'd like to ask that we get a motion and get a firm decision on that, and then this would be informational I'll share with you after that on the board meeting, okay? But I'll answer any questions you have. But yes, Mr. Cutler, I've got it ready in a memo that would go out tomorrow to principals.
Okay.
That I would like
Dr. Gaines,
Yes, sir.
with the elementary there, as far as technology, and I guess it leads to high school too, I know we're going to Chromebooks. How would we do that as far as technology with the remote learning with those guys from a day off? I know we have a plan for that. Can you explain that? How we're going to do that with those guys?
Starting as we get into tomorrow and Wednesday, Kathy Waddell and her curriculum instruction division has developed somewhat of a script and some data we're going to gain from students, and we're going to be calling every child, and we're going to find out what is your idea. Are you coming back, whatever we announce tonight, are you coming back face-to-face, or are you going to stay out remote? Then we're going to get into what do you need technology-wise? Do you need a Chromebook? And then we're going to find out the area you're in, and so we can trace and see whether you may be a person that needs a hotspot. We're trying to get some hotspots right now. We're waiting to see, we're waiting on the finalization of a possible deal to get some hotspots and a big consortium purchase with a bunch of school systems, and I'm looking at Dale because we've had a little bit of a holdup, in school systems. So, that information will drive what we do with devices. But again, what I will say to anybody listening tonight, if you have one of our Chromebooks, we need it back. We're not sending another one home until we get that one back.
And it seems like with all these plans, obviously, we've been speaking to this all night, there's going to be a lot on our teachers, obviously, a lot on everyone's staff, all staff, custodians. Is the state, when we go back to this, and I continuity, like you said, AABB, is the state, are we getting back to holding our students accountable also? Or is there any talk of that when we're doing these things with our grades and grading? Are we back to holding our students accountable? Because I think it's a dangerous message to send a kid that they're going to pass regardless of their effort.
Well,
so we're back to grading students.
Yes.
And back to holding kids accountable.
Yes, we're going to have to go back there. There was some decisions made at the state level, but we will head back that direction and focus on power standards in different curriculums. You know, whether it be grade levels with the reading and the math, or the power standards in a high school course. Remember, we go from talking about grade level elementary to courses at high school, but yes, the accountability is going to have to be more than what it was. That was, I guess.
I think I speak as a parent of two kids, one just graduated, one's still there in high school. Most parents, I would say 99%, they want accountability. And they're expecting the schools to hold them accountable, as the parents have to hold them accountable also in the classroom. But I think that is a piece that we need to make sure we're doing, because we are asking a lot of our teachers, but I do like option 7 thing.
Well, and when you look at the remote instruction guide, on every one of those grade spans, there was a part about entering grades weekly, at least weekly in power schools. So there's an indicator of we've got to get going again where we were accountability wise.
I cannot. I don't know that I can vote on this without. There's still some things that are unclear, and I apologize if it seems like we're asking the question over and over, Gary. But explain to me on option 7, AA and BB. Explain to me, give me just a typical day for a elementary, middle school, high school kids. Meaning, on AA, I'm the AA students. I'm there Monday and Tuesday. Sharon's the B student is there Thursday and Friday. So as far as with live instruction, it is not the same lesson, the same that I'm getting on Monday is not the same that she gets on Thursday. Is that correct?
No, it is.
It is?
No. You'll be on, if you're a remote on B, you're a B student on Monday. While they're getting instruction on it, you're getting it remotely. Now, you may see teachers, I can see teachers flip that. I can see them say, well, okay, I'm going to do my face. This is Ms. Farlow, I know exactly where. I can see a teacher maybe say, well, I'm going to save this face-to-face for the days I have them. But we're not going to get in the middle of that if a teacher makes that decision, as long as we're covering the standards that are in that guide as far as the amount of instruction. But we should be going along at the same clip, whether we're at the camp, at school, or not.
Yes, so like the kids on A Day, they get it face to face. The B kids on Monday, they should be watching this.
They're getting it remote.
Remote. I mean, they're getting the same lesson, but they just got to get on there and do it.
So in other words, they all get 5 days of learning.
Yes, it's going to be 5 days of learning. And that's going to be a big issue with the remote instruction day. It's a school day. It's not going to be a teacher work day.
Okay.
It's going to be a school day.
All right, that being said, I am as far as the plans I'm looking at, I am for elementary school kids being there 5 days a week. I don't know how you're going to have how you're going to teach reading remotely. How's it? So on a kid, I go Wednesday, Thursday, Friday I'm sitting there and I'm watching a video of the teacher teach on Monday, if I'm the B kid, excuse me. And I'm there, I'm watching, on Monday, I'm watching the video of what the teacher does. Well, I mean, especially with reading, we're going to have, we have to teach elementary students to read. We have to motivate middle school and high school kids to read. We're not going to be able to teach elementary school students to read 1 day, 2 days a week in person.
Well, Mr.
And if we have an opportunity to send 5 days, I tend to be leaning in that direction.
Well, Mr. Burgess, if I'm an elementary teacher or any grade level, if I don't have something that has to be sequentially taught, like a math course, then I'm probably going to use my creativity and rearrange my week for what days they're with me face to face, which is some of the things you're talking about for teaching reading. And I don't see us getting in the way of that. Now, in a math course, it's going to be very hard to teach, this factoring method. When you had to have this one, you had to have this skill to be able to use that. So I think part of it is part of the rearrangement of that, which what I'm hearing you say makes sense, but part of it's going to be also depending on what curriculum area we're dealing with, what we're dealing with reading or we're dealing with math.
I mean, you can't teach guided reading remotely. I mean, and me sitting there on Monday morning, afternoon, evening, whenever it is that I'm the third grader sitting in there, I cannot be taught guided reading remotely. And we have, obviously, we know that in all systems there's a third grader who reads on a first grade level. Well, the third graders coming back next year at best, many of them, well, let's put it this way, years from now, we're going to have many third graders reading on the first grade level. Because they're not going to be taught to read. Many of them are coming back. First of all, they haven't been engaged, in reading in the last 6 months. Yeah, 6 months. You're talking from March till August here. We're really almost 6 months here, and it is. I think we're setting half of our system up for failure by not letting elementary school kids go to school 5 days a week if we have an opportunity to.
And I understand that. If we could do that, that would be, and where we can work towards that, who knows over time as we see things settle out. The other thing too is, if we have high schoolers coming 1 day a week, we're probably getting ready to crush every CTE program and every program of that nature too, because I don't know how 1 day a week some of these programs at that level. So I hear it. I'm hearing it from all
1 day,
levels.
2 days almost. I think there's a huge difference between 2 days and 5 days, but there's very little. I don't think there's as big a difference between 1 day and 2 days for a high school setting. And I know some kids that learn remotely. I mean, they learn better in person. I don't think I'm that kind of person, but now, and I heard someone say something earlier this week about how you can prepare for college prep by doing everything online. Well, there's a lot of colleges now that you're not even getting in class this fall semester. You're doing everything online. So, learning online, for the high school student, is going to be very important. I understand. I understand there's a little bit of no-win situation, but I am for elementary school kids to be there as many days as we absolutely can.
No, it is a no-win situation. It's a mess. Either way you look at it, and the CTE, we spent all these years making that it's so important in the county, and you're going to lose on that end too if you're not careful. And even with 2 days, you're going to lose on it. The elementary school kids, there again, some of these parents are going to have to I mean, if we were completely, and we forgot this along the way, I know we need to talk about it a little bit, I think, because, you know, let me correct myself earlier. I said the governor left us with, you know, Plan B. I may have stressed, I don't know if I said, you know, we do have C too. We can go completely C, which is all remote. That plan's, the governor allowed us to do that, right?
We can always go more prescriptive.
Right, and you know.
More restrictive, excuse me, more
Right,
restrictive.
and I mean, that plan is out there. But then, like the elementary school kids, I guess, and they're gonna have no days. I mean, you know, gosh, any decision we make is not gonna be perfect.
You know, it's like we hear about the media and through, you know, just talking amongst themselves, you know, outside the boardroom, is that, you know, there's a second wave coming. And I do believe there's a second wave coming. And I'm worried the second wave may not be pandemic related, it's mental health related. And I think I think we need to be at school, and we can social distance. And I don't like Plan C. I think there's some things we can do. I think there's some mental health issues that we're going to have to deal with. I mean, reality is we have some staff members who are absolutely, I don't think it's too harsh a word to use. They're terrified to come to be on campus. Now, whether that anxiety is real, whether it is warranted, whether it is believed by some people, not, but it is absolutely real to some of those teachers. So I think there's so much more that has to go into this than just, all right, A day, B day, A day, whatever. It's, I think that we have teachers who are, for one reason or another, are scared, terrified to be in the classroom. Then we need to figure out a way that they can be the remote teacher.
See, I think that's a good idea to use it a lot for remote, and I think principals should do that.
I mean, you know, everything actually was on Kathy's remote planning guide. It said, and we've heard it so many times, I'm almost tired of hearing it, but it is, we're all in this together. Well, I don't think we can apply just, you know, if we're all in it, is it a slogan or is it actually a real sentiment? And if I'm a 9th grade English teacher at Southwest Randolph High School, I can also teach I can teach remotely to 3, 4, 5 high schools in this county. I always have to have my, you know, the 25, 30 students that are in my class. I know that's going to be, I know some things say, well, that's not the way it works. Well, we've never been to school this way, so it's got to change. We've been, you know, we're all in this together. I'm sorry, you may have to, we're going to have to do things a lot different.
Fred, I had a principal call me this afternoon, kind of touching on, you know, she had a couple staff members, and she said these are good teachers, good people. They're genuine. It's not.
Yeah.
They've been at home all summer. They haven't went to the beach. They haven't went to the mountains.
Yeah.
They've stayed close to home. You know, maybe their husband's sensitive to it, or you know, they're naturally afraid to be back in the classroom. That was a question that they asked. You know, hopefully we can use this person. Let's concentrate on them teaching remotely, because they can teach more than one thing. They can be useful for that, and it will actually take a little pressure off of a teacher that's in the school class working inside. So I think that's a great point.
Well, to that point, one of the things we will be doing is surveying staff, and that we don't know what decisions we're going to have to make with staff. To your point, Mr. Burgess, I know that if we have to tell a teacher that they're going to teach, if we get in a situation where someone's teaching split schools, then they may not like that. But I don't know what's going to come out of that, but we are going to do a survey of staff. That's the next step, to see where we are with needs.
I mean, the question I got is, what's the deadline for somebody to decide if they're going to go all virtual or not? I mean, you know, you say 50% of our school systems decide to go all virtual.
the other 50%, why can't we send them to school 5 days a week?
Well, we'll be watching that. Once we get the information that the principals are going to get, we're going to be watching that and adjust as time goes. We're not going to put a deadline for anybody to make that decision. Some school systems are saying if you go virtual or remote, you've got to do it for the whole semester, the whole year. We're going to make it very fluid because if a child stays out for 2 weeks on remote and things are going good and decides wants to come back, we want them back on campus. But we will be watching that as well, Mr.
I mean, we got to do something. I mean, here we got a governor who done this in our laps and gives us 1 month to figure this out for 16,000 students. I mean, you know, yeah, everybody ain't gonna be happy. Well, come on, somebody's got to suck it up. I mean, you know, it's time to end this, try to make everybody feel good. It's not going to happen. And you know, my phone can ring off the hook and people can cuss me all they want to. But it's time to suck it up. We got to do what we got to do. You know, yeah, everybody ain't going to be happy. Everything ain't going to be ideal. Heck, if we can make it ideal, we'll all be rich tonight.
I do, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves because I know we've got a lot of discussion left to do. But I would like to see as a board, with whatever we decide tonight, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think you gave it to us earlier, but is the 17th is our next board meeting, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. 17th, the day school starts, is our next board meeting. I don't have a problem with that meeting, but I think on the 31st, we should meet again after seeing 2 weeks of how this goes. Because no matter what we pick, so that if something says, all right, this is not working, but then we'll have feedback from teachers, feedback from principals and administrators, and I'm sure we'll get some feedback from some parents. But at least on the 31st, that would give us 2 weeks of experience. Then another week coming, the week after that is Labor Day. So if we need to make a change, we can do this, then we can do it for the week after Labor Day. I do not, there's nothing out there that makes us think that this is going to change anytime quickly as far as this pandemic. And so, well, it may change and we'll be able to be back in school in 4 weeks, 6 weeks. Let's be honest with you, that is not going to happen.
I've been hearing that since
That is not going to happen. So we need to, we are going to, I think we do need to take that into consideration that the plan we make and is not going to be, is probably not going to be the way it's going to be the entire school year. But there's nothing that leads me to believe that we're not going to be here in the spring semester in the exact same position we're in. The only thing coming between now and then is an election. And I don't understand how that would have anything to do with it, but it seems to think a lot of people it does, but I will get on from that. But I'll tell you, I do believe that we need, on the 31st, we need to meet again and reassess whatever our plan is. And do we need to make changes?
I would like to caution the board that when you reassess, if you're thinking about going to another option, that's not going to be an overnight change. Getting the schools divided into Group A and Group B is going to be a major undertaking the next couple of weeks. And so I'm fine, Mr. Burgess, with that. That sounds like great, but if we're implying that we would meet that night and change direction, that's going to cause, whatever we announce tonight, parents are going to start making, because I didn't say this, but when you've got AA together and BB, parents are going to go off that for their daycare plans and everything else. So I just, I can tell you, rearranging the school, because we're going to have, this is going to spurn bus routes. A lot of things are going to spurn off tonight. So, and I'll find to bring an assessment of where we are, but same token, it's going to take us a while to get going. I mean, because if anybody thinks that the first couple of weeks are going to be about rigor with students, yes, academics is going to play a role, but we've got a bigger challenge the first couple of weeks of school, and that's getting kids more back acclimated to our school campuses and working on their social emotional status and what's going on with them. Yes, academics will be there, but somebody who thinks they're gonna come back, you know, if there's a school system out there that thinks I'm coming in that first week and then we're going straight to regular where we dropped off on the 13th of March, that's gonna be a difficult call with kids and what they've been through. So I just caution that if we're, if, you know, and
If we choose a plan, though, I do think it would be a good idea to have an update.
yeah, an update.
I think
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
yeah, I'm good with that.
And if it's not the 30, is it the 30th or 31st?
About 31st is Monday.
Okay, Dr. Gaines, do you think the North Carolina High School Athletic Association will do any changes before September 1st?
Yes.
Okay, so it wouldn't matter if we met on September 1st. That way we can get that piece of the puzzle also.
September 1st, I think, is the teacher year banquet, if it's in play. But yeah, I think there'll be some announcements by beginning August, mid-August. I mean, I don't think we'll go month and a half at a time without.
I agree with Fred. I think we do need to meet a couple of weeks after first day of school.
I say, you know, Mr. Burgess, I think you make a valid point on the update. I don't know that, I would hope we're gonna be in a better position 5 weeks in than we are 2 weeks in, you know, because it's gonna be a difficult transition for everyone.
You're right, and it may be, it may be that 4 weeks or a month into it, that some students, and I'm talking middle school and high school, it won't be elementary school students, but it'll be, you know, middle school and high school, that Plan B stinks so bad, they say, Mom, Dad, I just want to stay home. Let's just put me home virtual all the time. And, you know, I mean, and or, you know, if things break out of control even more than we're planned, then maybe it is C that you,
It may be in C.
maybe in C. But I understand that, no, it would not be easy to make a change, and I think it would have to be some kind of dire situation to make the change. I'm not saying, hey, we'll do this, then next week we'll try to go do a different thing. I'm not so foolish to think that would be a good option. I do think we do need to begin the 31st, 1st, 2nd, whatever, you know, so.
I just want,
And you know, the governor may come back and say, hey,
It may
we're
change.
going back.
Yeah.
You could very easily say we're going back, and here we are. You don't know.
So
If it keeps
we're in phase 2 now. In phase 2, we cannot go to school at all under phase 2?
Yes.
They made an exception.
We can't, okay.
we do, for provision of instruction, we're exempt from,
Okay. All right.
for provision of instruction. That's how we're getting into school. And then, Mr. Burgess, they put Plan B on top of that, so.
So the phase 2 executive order doesn't address schools. Prior orders closed schools through the end of last school year, but the phase 2 order doesn't address schools and how they open and that kind of thing. So.
I'm just gonna say something. This is what I'm feeling right now, okay? I mean, you guys we can disagree and, you know, a lot of neighboring school systems are saying let's just start remote, you know, and let's go 5 weeks. Well, I truly believe they may not go back to school this year. That's a strong possibility. Or start. If you start remotely, you may not go. I don't know. I don't know the answer. But I do, and you know what? It could all. I worry that I hope we're ready. I asked the question tonight, are we ready, safety? You guys said yes. So we need to be ready, okay? We sure don't want that to backfire. But a part of me admires you guys that you're willing to take a chance to send kids back to school and to put forth that extra effort, and I do appreciate that. I mean, no plan's gonna be perfect, but I would like to, I guess I'm sitting here thinking, you know what, I asked you a direct question, what option do you feel the most comfortable with? I would like to give you a chance to roll with option number 7, and let's just see what happens. Now, we don't all have to agree with that, but if that's just an opinion, if anybody like to make that motion, we could put it to a vote, if you feel comfortable, or if you have more questions. I just, you know what, you've been with us, what, 7 years? And I've watched you grow as a superintendent, and I know where your heart's at. You care about Randolph County. You're not out looking to move to the next big city. I mean, you're worried. We talk a lot at night. He worries about the kids in this county, what's going to happen. I don't think they're just taking this thing for granted. I think it'll be an undertaking, but I also think you look at it as a challenge because you want to make this thing work. And I believe that's the part I like about it. You want to try hard. So if anybody's willing to take a chance on making the motion, or you can ask more questions, that's where I'm at.
I do have one question. To expand on Fred's point, is there any option of letting K through 5 go to school every day of the week, and then have option 7 for 6 through 12?
I'm not sure we'd have the staffing.
Because, I mean,
Here's the problem with that, and this is the problem with options 1, 2, and 3. Okay, or here's one of the issues why that won't work. Our bubble in students is in the middle school. Okay, so to get the middle school and the high school kids any face-to-face, we've got to move them all to the high school. We've looked at it, capacity of schools, knowing that if we left the K3, pre-K through 3 at elementary, but spread them out, that's as much as we could have at elementary school. 4 or 5's got to go down the road to a middle school, and we were hoping, well, maybe if we put 4 or 5 in middle school, we could bring 6 in. We can't. So there's where your numbers are. Our middle school numbers are the ones that are causing some of our issues, and our high school facilities aren't big enough to make that next thing. We looked at that, looked at numbers every which way we could. Now, I'm just going to say this too. Mr. Burgess, I know a week and a half ago you shared with me, so you want elementary, and I respect that, because I get that. I've never taught elementary school, but you've got an elementary school teacher in your house, and Ms. Farlow, you taught elementary school too. But I'm going to reserve the right as superintendent, is if I look up and see that we've got so many kids on remote in kindergarten, that we may bring some more kids back, we're going to do it. Okay?
But again, that's going to change bus routes, and it's going to be an issue to do that. I mean, obviously, right?
But we may have to do something there.
All right. I don't think, as far as the negatives for Plan 2, that's one that I was leaning.
I just say kindergarten. I mean,
I
first.
understand. And really, I mean, I want to see elementary, K5. I mean, at least I'd like to see somehow we can get K3. They're 5 days a week. But one of the downsides to that plan, 1, 2, and 3. 2 is where I was kind of leaning toward. But is at no time is there elementary school, unless, correct me, maybe I'm reading it wrong, there's no time where there's middle schoolers and elementary school kids on the same campus, correct?
That's correct.
And there's no time that there's middle school and high school on the same campus, is that correct?
No, that's not correct. In option 2
Option 2 is what I'm talking about.
Option 1 and 3, you'll have 6, 8, and 9, 12, like the Group A middle schoolers and Group A high schoolers will be on campus together.
So option 2 would not have middle school and high school together.
That's right, and then middle school and high school would get, everybody at that level will be remote on Wednesday.
Right.
Yeah, so basically, 1 and 2, middle school and high schoolers get 1 day a week.
1 day, yeah.
And 3, we could squeak out a second day a week for middle school.
3 with the D&E, you have some kids go, I think that's it doesn't get too confusing for that.
Yeah.
So I'm not, as far as for the plans presented here with with elementary school kids being there 5 days a week, I think Plan 2 is one that I would lean toward. I think we're doing such a disservice to our elementary school kids and our future middle school and future high school kids by not getting them on campus 5 days a week if we can. On the other hand, I mean, what is it going to look like if we have, you know, a COVID case or when, as Brian says, when, not if, but when a COVID case comes at one of the schools? Does that mean we're quarantining all those kids in that classroom? Does it mean we're shutting down the whole school? I mean, if it gets to where we're going to shut down the whole school, then maybe the best thing to do is Plan C. Don't go at all.
You may be less likely if those kids were in there 2 days a week instead of 5, though. I mean, and those plans make you send the elementary kids to other schools, right?
But it's another school, but I mean, it's
Elementary goes to middle and high.
yeah, but I mean, it's not like they're going to another state or another. I mean, it's you know, all the schools are relatively close to to that school. It's not. I mean, and they're going to be transported by bus or by their cars. But and also let's not fool ourselves. I assure you that when kids are on our campi, when they're on our campus there, that's probably the most social distancing they're going to do that week. So, I mean, they're not on, if we go AA, remote BB, on those remote days, those students aren't sitting at home in their room, watching videos of the class of what's going on. They're out social they're not out social distancing. I mean, we don't need to, everybody knows, I don't need to, make that more, but everybody understands they're not social distancing. They're going to be social distancing more when they're at school than they are any other time.
But that's when we're responsible for it.
Understand?
My question is, Fred, a little bit, and I think I'm with you a little bit. Dr. Gann, you can speak to this. I do share Fred's concern, although I know you put a lot into this, and I value your opinion also, Plan 7. My understanding is with education, and Sharon, you speak to this something too, is foundational reading is done at the K through 3 level. Is that correct? That's where most of your foundation
Well, absolutely. I mean,
reading and math, is that right?
and you have to remember, the thing that concerns me is these kindergarten kids are going to come into this classroom. Some of them have never been in a classroom, don't understand the whole concept of how a school classroom works. Some of them are not even going to know colors. Some of them are not going to know any letters, any
Third grade
numbers.
reading, like Fred is. Learning to read.
Well, you learn to read before 3rd grade.
Everything. What's a number?
That's what I'm saying, 1st, 2nd, 3rd grade, yeah.
We're talking the basic. And it would be ideal to have them in your classroom every day. There's no other way, but, that would be the best way, but, it's hard.
There's no perfect way, I understand.
Well, and as just a little feedback, I should have mentioned earlier, just in talking to different groups, just kind of polling where we land. Most of the leadership, not just the leadership team, but directors, the ones that were involved in discussions, went to the A Day, B Day side. So just know that piece. And we had differences of opinions on whether it was where the remote day was, where the remote day wasn't. That can have a big impact on Kelly Green's
And I personally value the staffs, and I was just putting it out there, but I do value their opinions.
Yeah, that could have an impact on Kelly Green's work a lot, and I know that.
And I'll say this again too, these parents, they're going to have, this is a whole different world than it was in the spring. They're going to have to work with their children. They're going to have to reinforce and work with these kids. They cannot expect the teacher to do everything in this kind of situation.
I agree with that. I see what Fred's talking
Especially
about,
elementary. I'm just talking about.
but like I say, things is different. Things are real different. They can't rely on the school system to do everything. Come on. That's what I've been sitting here saying all night long. You know, Fred, I know you, when you had your kids at home, you sat down and worked with them.
No, my wife did that.
Well, your wife, she's good. But you know, like I say,
My wife knew better than let me teach my kids, okay?
okay. But you know, that's what I say. Everybody wants their kids back in school. Everybody talks about their kids need to be back in school. I mean, whether it's kindergarten or 12th grade. And like you say, Fred, it's a slogan, where it is together.
Yeah.
That's a slogan.
I know.
They're putting it all on us to figure it out. Then they can sit and bash us tomorrow for what we decide. You know, there's 30-some thousand parents in Randolph County, and there's 7 people run for school board. So don't sit up here and send Mr. Cook a bunch of texts and tell him how bad a job he's doing. Don't sit here and send me texts on what we should do. You know, get out, be a part of this community, be a part of your school system, and be heard. Don't be heard sitting on the side of the road at the convenience store griping for what we did. You know, and that's what we're going to hear. And I mean, that's it. I mean, I'm on my soapbox. I'm going to stay here because I've heard this for 7 years. And this is the worst thing we've been through. And these people got to realize we're not going to make the right decision to make 30,000 Randolph County residents happy. You know, they can come and run me out on a rail tonight. I don't care. But, you know, what I decided here might not make the rest of y'all happy. But it's just, come on, it's time to step up. Whether you want to call yourself American or North Carolinian or whatever, quit wanting somebody to come and pat you on the back and make you feel good. And that's what this society's got to. I'm tired.
All right. Well, I'm glad I really got that started. But, actually, I don't even know what I said that started that. But,
Oh, you like you said, didn't give me started.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah, all right. Well, look, the bottom line is, guys, that obviously we can't fix parenting issues, we can't fix teaching issues tonight, but the one thing we can fix is that we can send K-5 students to school every day if their parents choose for them to be there. They don't have to have the option. They can have the option to learn remotely, but and I do not see a big difference between 2 days in the high school and one day at high school. I see a bigger difference between 2 days for a second grader than I do 5 days for a second grader of live instruction. Tell me how I'm wrong. There I asked.
I think it's just, how do you make it work? I mean, I totally agree with you. I just don't.
I mean, but all it's got pros and cons. I mean,
Well,
you know, I understand. I agree with you 100%. Yeah, we're looking at first, second, third grade. Okay, you take these 4th and 5th graders, you move them to a whole different world. You just rock their world even more. And it's going to take them, what, 2 or 3 months to get used to what they're doing? It's going to take the parents to get used to what they're doing, where they're taking them.
Talking about sending them to another school.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to.
I really think we're making a big deal out of that, is because I'm telling you, they go to a different room each year. They go to a different hallway. I mean, you know, the 3rd grader, when they're going to the 4th grade on many of these schools, they've never seen that 4th grade hall.
Did you send a teacher to a different school where she's not?
The teacher has to go with them.
I mean, their room is set up to teach that kid you move, and I don't think they appreciate that.
But, I mean, even if you try to do K-5, you don't have enough rooms, you don't have enough teachers. Because you can't put all those kids in a classroom.
Well,
So,
if you
you're
do,
gonna split my class, but I'm really the teacher,
Well,
but
I'm
you're
sorry.
gonna have some of my kids.
know what you're saying, but, and I don't know how this will work, and I guess, you know, maybe before we make a motion, before we vote on things, then tell us, how does that work? If Sharon is the kindergarten teacher, I'm her assistant, have I got the other half of that class?
Well, I don't want my kid being taught, I mean,
understand.
I
We're
want
there
mine
fi-
being
we're
with
there-
the teacher.
I know, we're there 5 days a week, you know what, we can switch throughout the week, throughout the day. We have assistants
We don't have
that,
assistants. We do not have.
but I know we don't have assistants, we have lead teachers, we have PE teachers, we have art teachers, and I'm telling you, I'd rather have a third grader in school 5 days a week and part of the time being taught by the art teacher and give up art. And I know there's not an art teacher at every school, they're shared and all that, but I'm telling you, we have staff members. I mean, first of all, we have to have a way of staff member, you wouldn't brought us as an option there, right? I mean, there's some way to staff that.
But what the staffing would be, essentially, there would be no BEPs.
Okay.
There would probably be no media center time, there would probably, I mean, it would take, that's why what was put on there is the fact there will be severe staffing constraints or whatever, however I said it. It'd be very difficult because you're the point you make, you take Ms. Farlow's class, you divide it in half for social distancing, she can only be one half. So yeah, we would have some very serious staffing issues, no doubt.
Well, all right. What's the difference if Sharon is the kindergarten teacher and I have the other half of her class and we're watching live stream video, however it is, there's no different than that student being at home and doing it, correct? At least we have a staff member that might can help the student there, whether it be the art teacher.
I don't think we have enough staff members, is what I'm saying, on any elementary, to split every single, I mean, you would have to double your.
We don't necessarily have to split every single class, and I was said, maybe we don't have enough information to vote on this, but it's the 50-50, what is it based on? Is it based on the capacity of the school? Is it based on there's 500 students enrolled and we can only have 250?
Capacity of the school.
Capacity of the school. So if we got 4 kindergarten classes that have 15 kids in it, we may be able to get that into 3 classes, into 7 classes instead of 8. You understand what I'm saying? As far as, it's not necessarily split in half.
Well, some people are still gonna be at home.
That's what I'm saying. So we're going to have some that won't choose that option to stay home. And I mean, I believe that I believe that this central office staff and our administrative staff and our teachers, especially on the elementary level, are creative enough that they can find a way to meet these crazy guidelines we get for 50% and still get them and staff it for staff it for 5 days a week.
Fred, too, the thing is too, you gotta remember that middle school and high school parents value their kids being at school as much as possible, as what you're trying to say there.
Certainly.
And we're not gonna be able to accommodate them either.
You kind of got everybody on a fair basis the way we're talking now. I guess what we need to do.
You can't teach, we don't teach a second grader the same way we teach a 11th grader, so.
You're right.
I move that the Randolph County Board of Education adopt option 7 for the Schedule B set up by the Governor of North Carolina. Plan B, sorry.
So you're saying you need the motion for the operation of the school system under the state's Plan B during the 2020-2021 school year. Is that your motion?
It's option 7.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, would all those in favor say aye and state
Fred Burgess, no.
Okay, I'll ask for that one. Start out. Yes, sir. Well, all those in favor, state your name and say aye.
Tracy Bowles, aye.
Matthew Lambert, aye.
Todd Butler, aye.
Very Cook, aye.
Sharon Farlow, aye.
Fred Burgess, no.
Brian Diggs, aye.
Those opposed, state your name.
Fred Burgess, no.
Okay, I got you. All right, motion carries 6-1.
Okay, Mr. Cook, if you would, could I have just a little bit more time now that plan has been voted on? If you look at option number 7, the child care issue, note number 1, the child care issue with students in grades pre-K through 5 will be addressed with a separate program. At this time, I'd like to share that with you. This is a memo that will go to principals tomorrow, but I want you to see it because it describes the program. I'm bringing this to you as just information because I will be distributing this, and I have addressed this a little bit with the principals. Okay, one of the things I've heard loud and clear during the last few months was the child care issue. Now, in option 1 through 3, child care was not going to be an issue for pre-K-5 because the children would have been in school every day. But we have a lot of staff members who have children in grades pre-K through 5 and feel like something needs to be done. Otherwise, we may have additional staffing issues. So basically, now that we're going to be on an A-Day, B-Day, each elementary school will take a regular ed teacher assistant to run the child care program, and this will be no more than 15 kids per day. So it'll be 30 kids per school, 4 days a week, and then on the 5th day, which is the Wednesday, the remote day, we'll need another regular ed teacher assistant to help us with the program on that day only, because we'll have all 30 kids with access to this child care program on that remote day. First priority to these seats will be to Randolph County School System employee children, whether their parents work at the elementary school or not. So you can take 17 times 30. We're getting ready to offer 510, I think it is the number of child care program seats. If there's a bigger request at a school than for seats than 30, we'll run a lottery. Start with focus. The focus will be on finding seats for children of Randolph County School System staff members. If after we get everybody placed in a school, every staff member's child placed in a child care seat that needs one, if there are seats left, we will let parents who are not employees apply for those seats. And again, if more parents apply than there are available seats, we will do a lottery for those seats. We will entertain an employee's child if we need to put them at another school's child care program, not the school their child's assigned to. We will do that. We will not do that for non-employee children. That will be a perk. The other perk will be that the first priority will be our staff members. A big key to this will be a child who attends this child care program, there will be no fee. We will be incurring no additional cost as a school system, so whether they're an employee child or a non-employee child, there will be no fee to be a part of this. Also, on days that the child is in the child care program, transportation will not be provided to and from school. And this program will operate independently of before school and after school daycare programs that many elementary schools have. And the days that the children are in the child care program, they will be their remote instruction days, so they'll be engaged in remote instruction. Instead of being at home, they'll be on the school's campus. So this was something that was designed to take care of our employees' children first. We have employees in elementary schools that have children that are in pre-K through 5. We have middle school teachers with pre-K through 5 children, and we have high school teachers and central service staff members with pre-K through 5 children. So this is the plan that we'll be implementing as a school system to take care of our employees. Again, our employees will be taken care of first, and if any seats are remaining, we will open it up to non-employee children. So I wanted to make you aware of this. I will be meeting with the elementary principals tomorrow morning, going through this. They know a little bit about this right now, because in the memo I gave them on the 14th, I mentioned they would need to designate one regular ed teacher assistant, and this has morphed a little bit since then. I did email today and said another regular ed teacher assistant will be needed on the remote instruction day if that's what passed. One thing to keep in mind, I do know that the elementary schools have lost regular ed teacher assistants over time because of funding, but also the classrooms will not be at full capacity like they would if we were in regular school year. So, wanted to share that with you tonight. I will get this out to the principals tomorrow in my meeting and share that with them, as well as communicate the schedule we're on tonight to the school system. So, want to make you aware of that. I think this is the thing to do for our employees. I do know several principals have already, in anticipation of a possible 8AB day, one called me the other day and said, I have more employee children than 30 that will need my seats. And so I said, okay, there you go, there we go. We're going to look at other schools nearby that have vacant seats. Because hopefully every school won't use all 30 of their seats on employee children. So we have some flexibility. Also, I think I'm pretty proud of the Randolph County School System's getting ready to offer free daycare or child care to our staff members and possibly some members of the community. So, just wanted you to be aware of this. This plan will be put in motion tomorrow morning.
Question. I got a couple.
Okay.
So schools will still operate their before-school daycare and after-school daycare programs?
Yes. Those are the tuition-driven ones, Mr. Cutler.
Okay.
They pay tuition. They'll still,
Yeah.
they'll do the best they can. Now,
And the extra seats that may not be filled, will those parents have to pay a fee?
no, the before school and after school tuition, that's not a part of this.
Okay.
This is only during the school day.
Okay. But I'm saying if,
Parents that aren't employees,
that's right.
no, free for them too.
Okay.
It's going to be free for everybody. It's not costing our school system anything because we're using existing staff. And I think with all our community's been through, I just, to begin with, to come up with a fee and put that on parents. Obviously, there's going to be some upset parents that may not get one of these seats. Maybe the parents won't be interested in them, but I think they will. I wish we could do more, but this is as far as we can go at this time. So, but I'm perfectly fine with saying free for everybody, Mr. Cutler, knowing that everybody won't get a chance at seats.
And I'm sure this is a great relief to a lot of our employees.
And I know this is going to be tough on the school sites as well, but it's something we have to do, or we're going to wind up with decisions being made on whether to come back or not.
Exactly.
We still may, but this will take this accommodation off the table for staff members, which will be an accommodation that staff members will be asking for when we survey them. It will be about child care.
Thank you for coming up with a way to help our staff members that need child care. This is helpful. I will point out that it seems like we're going to send some elementary kids to a different school. One of the reasons we didn't want to send them for 3 days a week. One of the reasons we didn't want to vote to have them all go 5 days a week, we're going to have some now, they're in one school for instruction, and now they're in another school for 3 days.
That's only if we have to.
That's only if we have to, I understand. But I understand that was one sticking point on why we wouldn't put elementary kids in the school 5 days a week. Second thing I want to ask though is, so what are they going to be doing, the staff members' kids going to be doing during that time?
They'll engage in remote instruction that they would have been doing away from campus. It'll just be doing on that campus.
So it's going to be led by a teacher's assistant, remote learning, just like what we could have done with all the kids going 5 times a week. Just pointing out how this is very similar to kids going 5 days a week for elementary school.
You're talking about 510, is that right?
If you take 17 times 30, and that was interesting what you asked a while ago, Mr. Cutler. So you're talking about the siblings, my mind's already drifted, and I had a conversation with the elementary principal the other day. If I've got my B group and on my A kids, I got more kids in A group that need the child care on B day, like I've got 16, I'm probably gonna move those kids from A group to B group to try to make it work. I got 30 seats to work with at each school. Does that make sense? I can see it probably better than I'm explaining it. But if the A group has 16 kids need child care on B day, that's too many, so I may move one of the A group kids to B group so they can use A day child care. That makes sense, Ms. Farland? I think there's going to be that'll be some of the strategies in some of these A group, B groups.
So any more questions or comments on that?
Is
that something else to do?
No, I just brought that as information since it was inside of scheduling options. Before we move away from scheduling options, is there anything else we need to discuss with scheduling options? Because then we'll move to the high school graduation ceremonies.
You know, I mentioned this earlier, and I don't know if it's okay to bring some.
Yes, absolutely. It fits in there, Mr.
Okay. If we're doing this AB option, we have middle school students going 2 days a week. I see no scenario where we can have middle school athletics. We don't get control necessarily of high school athletics, but we do have control over middle school athletics. I think we need to get out and just go ahead and do it so we don't have to hear about it for the next several weeks. I think we need to go ahead and seriously consider canceling middle school athletics through November 1st. I mean, let's be honest, it's going to happen anyway.
Unless we recognize middle school that we don't find high school athletics association.
No, it's driven. We align with theirs, but it's DPI governs middle school athletics. And I'm drawing a blank. The guy at DPI who sits on the board of directors for the Athletic Association, I think he's ex officio member, I think. I didn't see him. But middle school athletics is governed by DPI. But we try to keep them as aligned as we can, Mr. Cutler, so we don't have two sets of rules moving around.
Yeah, I mean, because you're talking now, I mean, if you in line with a high school, and it's put off to September 1st, correct?
Yes.
And so, I mean, if you're talking about middle school football, man, it ain't no way you can do it. I mean, even if, you could, but the time schedule,
it's not going
it
to
would
work.
be pushed out so far. I mean, if you, just the time schedule would let you.
We have parents asking about it. I think we might as well go ahead and, there's a few things that we can stop right now as far as, and listen, there's nobody more in favor of athletics in our school system than I am, but I know that this is coming. And we might as well put it to an end now.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not going to be middle school football, middle school was girls softball, and I think it's cheerleading there in that first semester. Through the November
Fall season.
fall season, yeah.
When does that run for?
You know,
Is that Super Tuesday's like what?
Super
last
Tuesday's
Friday?
in my
It's around Halloween.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super Tuesday was around the 26th, 25th last year, I think. I think it wound up being on Wednesday because of weather.
As soon as that finished, basketball started.
Yeah, but that's November, November 1st. So it gets us in somewhere down the road, we'll deal with wrestling and basketball.
Yeah, Fred's exactly right though, because there's no time to get the workout. I mean, it's not gonna work.
No.
It's not our fault. It is what it is.
Yeah. And there is no way of playing an abbreviated schedule in middle school athletics. I mean, it is what it is.
At best, you probably wouldn't be able, if in a great scenario, one game, two.
It's
not gonna work. So, what do you guys think on that? I mean, is that something we would need to,
Make a motion.
you feel comfortable with that?
I think it's going to be very difficult. I think that from the high school side of things, September 1 at the earliest, the month of September to practice. You'll be lucky to play a conference schedule in October, which I thought that's where we'd be probably back in April, May. I thought we'd be lucky to get conference schedules in October, November. But remember, the high school regular season goes over, into about the second week of November, at least in football. Volleyball shuts down a little bit earlier before the playoffs, but we're pretty cranked up. There's still time if we start at September 1 high school level. There's not a real separation like that at the middle school level because essentially they're all in one middle school conference.
Unless middle school students are going to school 100% of the time, there's no scenario where you can have athletics. Yeah.
No.
I'd like to make a motion that the Randolph County Board of Education decide to suspend all middle school athletics until November 1st.
All right, we have the motion, do we have a second?
Can I ask a question on that? Instead of suspend, can we cancel the fall athletics season for the middle school athletics? I think that's going to be more, because suspend, I'm afraid.
I understand, it sounds like we could start back in November.
Yeah.
I understand. So do I need to redo that? I move that the Randolph County Board of Education cancel all middle school athletics until November 1st. At the start of the winter season.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, state your name and say aye.
Tracy Burrows, aye.
Matthew
Matthew
Lamb.
Lamb, aye. Todd Cutler, aye.
Gary Cook, aye.
Sharon Farlow, aye.
Fred Burgess, aye.
Right, Dix, no.
It's in there, right? Okay.
It's a no.
Okay, I got you. I know that's tough for you to do that, Fred, because no one has had any, and since I've known Fred, and I'm going to say this in your defense, has had more positive influence. He's had a lot of positive influence on athletics in Randolph County, and he's fought for that. I mean, that's a big statement, and I hate it. It makes me sick, but it's just a sign of one of the bad signs of the times we're in. But for you to step up to the plate like that, Fred, and put it out there, that's big for you. I know that's hard on you, but thank you. And we're sorry. I mean, we really are.
Oh, absolutely. I hate that it's coming to this. And we'll see what happens in September and October. I'm fearful for high school athletics too.
All right. I worry about those.
Yeah. Before we move anywhere else, there's one other thing I want to discuss. I know we talked about it a little bit, but it was not part of the AV plan. Is there any way that we can have EC students on campus 5 days a week?
That's going to be another issue that I'm going to watch and work with Brooke on and see where we go with that. Okay?
That would be great.
I mean, it's going to increase the divide even more.
We're going to, Mr. Burgess, one of the things I try to do is let things come to me, and a lot of things in that, as well as looking at the number of kids on remote and what opening may be for some of the lower grade levels over time. So Brooke and I will be monitoring that very closely, Mr. Burgess.
I'm not talking about just elementary school kids. I'm talking about
We're
K-12.
going to be monitoring that very in some of our areas of highest need too.
Yeah, I agree.
That would be great.
Okay.
Okay.
Moving on.
All right, board members just want to review some things about graduation and just share with you where I am with meetings with staff and review some things and see if there's anything, any more direction I need from the board. On the 25th of June, I walked away with the following. I'm just going to read this. This is what I walked away with. Graduation ceremonies, there'll be no handshaking at ceremonies. Have a traditional graduation ceremony. Put the alternative graduation ceremony plan away. Use 6 feet spacing for graduates. Seating, processional and recessional. It's the guest call, whether they wear a mask or not. No limit on number of guests per graduate for the outside ceremony. The weather plan for inside ceremony will have less guests based on the school's decision because they will have to assess their facility, and I'll share that in a minute, some feedback from principals. Also, I heard from board members, if a student does not feel safe participating, the principal can do a diploma, give the diploma, cap and gown at the office like we did with the kids leaving early for military, but the student needs to call and set that time with the school and date. Live stream ceremonies, give masks to graduates and staff only and make them social distance. Do not worry about the guests. It's their call on their actions. So that's what I captured from our meeting that night. So one of the things that night, I was asked to speak with Susan Hayes, Health Department Director. I'm Director of Randolph Public Health now. And so I talked to Susan Hayes on the 7th of July. And I said, so here's the scenario. So I want to make sure we understand. Susan Hayes responded with, I gave her the parameters y'all had given me, okay? And I said, what safety precautions in those parameters should we use? Do you recommend? She said, seating 6 feet apart for graduates and stage, which was on ours already. Processional and recessional, keep the graduates 6 feet apart. No handshaking, so we're 3 for 3, we're right where we were. No hugging, that was a new one. Students and staff wear masks other than when at the podium. And again, I shared with, before she responded, I shared that the part about the guests, no limit on guests, not try to police the guests, guests make their own decisions what they do. So then I met with the principals, high school principals on the 8th of July, and this is what came from the 8th of July's meeting. I shared all Board of Education expectations. And here's one you need to know, and I want to make sure we're on the same page here. If the ceremony, this is what we'll be doing if we go inside, because of the size of our facilities. If the ceremony goes inside, they will divide the graduates into groups of 10 and put them in classrooms throughout the building and live stream the ceremony in their classrooms. So if I got 190 graduates, I need 19 classrooms. And Sheena and them are working on that. And so the graduates by classroom will be brought in to get their diploma distribution time. Here's why. The principals were loud and clear that they could not social distance their graduates with nobody else in the gym, in their gym. They shared that. I was not prepared for that. I did not anticipate that. And they said, if we could even social distance them in the gym, no guests would be able to be there. So we honed in on there's our inside plan, because we've got to be able to have a plan. So I said, well, where are we at with maximum tickets inside? And I mentioned, the comment that we know to be less. So no principal in that group was willing to say, nobody was willing to go to 2, because they didn't think they could do 2 per graduate. So the only ones that were comfortable was 1, other than probably, let me say that, maybe Shay felt comfortable with 2 or whatever over at Journey Church. So 1 was the most they were comfortable with. Also, we left that meeting with the principals agreed to go ahead and mark their bleachers inside and outside 6 feet per person, and recommend at the beginning of their ceremony with an announcement that people sit and mark locations. Again, that will be their recommendation from the stage, and that will be it. Also, the principals, I was talking about the idea of possibly, and I mentioned this before, say the event's over, and let's clear the stadium and keep the graduates in place and try to keep some social distance. The principals asked to do it a different way. How about we ask the stadium to stay in their, the guests to stay in their spot and get the graduates out? I will tell you, there was a lot of concern among the high school principals about how that scene will be at the end of graduation. One talked about a rock drive on the end of the stadium, and he just can see a lot of congregation there. They also agreed, so I think that was a good avenue, and I'm meeting with the high school principals again tomorrow to finalize where we are. There's not much finalization, but a couple of things I want to bring up tonight. They agreed there'll be no graduation practice. We'll get them together as best we can, and I think they've already mentioned that. And they also agreed to do a phone message, but was sent out on the 9th of July for rain tickets to a drive-through pickup, time and date. I don't know what dates they've done those with. So, a couple things tonight I want to bring back to you is this. I want you to make sure you knew if we have to go inside Saturday morning. Has anybody looked at the weather? I have not.
I think it's 30% chance.
Okay. Thunderstorms in the evening. So, I know it's going to be plenty hot. What I told them was, go ahead and mark your bleachers inside and outside, because you can't do that on Wednesday or Thursday or Friday. So they should be ready for that. I wanted to share, make sure we're all on the same page about what the inside ceremony will look like, because it's going to look quite different. I don't see, when you start taking senior classes, and then you're going inside now, you're not outside anymore. So if you give one ticket to every graduate for a guest, you're talking about 170, 190 people, and you're spacing them out in the gym. Now, you may see they may use the floor seats for those guests to try to get everybody in. But nobody was willing to go to 2 guests inside. They were very concerned. So the question tonight that I bring to you is this, because I want to make sure this is I want to make sure you had the inside ceremony plan. But, and we talked about the stage area could possibly spread all across the field. I mean, I talked to a superintendent where they did something and they spread all across the field. The high school principal said it will take their whole playing surface to social distance their graduating classes. They said that. And the more I thought about it, I said, well, you know, if you put 6 feet in front, back, side to side, it is. So the thing that I have tonight is there any difference in opinion on the number of guests per graduate? I will tell you that 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, whatever it was, we ordered 4,500 masks for graduation alone, not counting the 55,000. And at that point, we didn't know where we were going, but we ordered one for every graduate and every staff member, and we ordered 2 per graduate for guests if that was the limit. So I am prepared with masks. Now, I'm not prepared to tell them to give out masks at the gate, because if we give out masks of whatever, 200, and they're gone, and other people want masks, then we've got another issue. Now, hopefully people would wear masks on their own. So the question tonight is, or 2 questions. Do you want me to give out the mask to the guests if you don't set a limit tonight? Do you want me to give those out till they're gone? Knowing that some people will get them, some will not. And do you want to, is there any difference of, should we set a limit on graduates, guests outside or not? It's been an interesting week. It's been an interesting, starting with the 16th, been quite interesting.
Have the principals led you, do you need direction on the number that come
with or anything like that? I mean, do they have an idea what their school outside would handle and nothing comfortable?
No, we really didn't. I went, and we've got to, we're in the, you know, if we're gonna, we need to give them a limit, if there's gonna be a limit. You know, I need to be telling them tomorrow, because they're turning the corner.
Now, I'll tell you what I've had today. I've had 2 parents call concerned about no number, no limit. They're concerned, they wish we had a limit. I've had 2 county commissioners, one call today, one was texts that were concerned about the limit. I had someone from the sheriff's department call me today that basically they weren't contacted, you know, about a number, no questions, you know, had we, you know, nobody was upset or anything, but people said, you know, I mean, here's the deal, if I almost regret, you know, we sent the survey out, so we had to live by it, you know, and Lord knows, I think everybody here thought we may be in better shape. I had no clue this thing was going to get worse, and so from, I don't want to go out and just, I read where Union County and another high school where they did a traditional graduation, and I don't think they actually had a limit on it, but there's some cases that was traced back to that. So I would personally feel better that if we limited the number to where, you know, we at least they can't say, hey, you guys opened it wide open, you know, and no rules there. At least if we, I think, you know, the commissioners are kind of looking for, I mean, we have people that treat us really nice and we work with them, and I don't want to like go out and say, heck, it doesn't matter your opinion, you know, we're going to let, if you want to bring 40, bring them. You know, I don't like that. I mean, I would hope people would have respect and, you know, not try to bring the whole neighborhood. But you know what, if you don't set it, and you make it set a number and get an idea, and people swap tickets around, you know, like you may have somebody just coming with one, hey, you can have my ticket. That happens a lot. I mean, but I'm just.
Just think about last year we had graduations in the gym, and we did limit people.
Right.
So, I mean, this is an unusual year. I'm for limiting it to whatever y'all say. You're still gonna have people come, it's outside. They can stand outside the gate, the fence or whatever and see, but.
See, I don't even want to sit on that stage for myself. I feel like I'm taking some, and I think Mr. Biggs and I said we're talking earlier, I think Mr. Burgee, some of us were talking. I mean, I'm fine. I mean, I don't want to be on the stage. It's not my night. It's their night. You know, I've said on the night before, but I mean, I'm fine standing outside the gate, you know.
But if we limit a number, then I think it's going to be easier to, inside the area, perimeter of the gate.
Assure people
We
there's some safety.
could socially distance there. We can't be responsible for the people that are in a parking lot, and I mean, what are you going to do? Run around and?
Can't do that.
I mean, back when we voted on this, we was all hoping things would be better. You know, hindsight's 2020, you know, if we knew it was gonna get where it is, we could have done it sooner. I had more phone calls this morning about graduation than I did about the choice of going to school. A couple parents said they're not letting their kids walk. Some kid, or one kid said he could care less, he ain't coming. But his mom was worried about it if he did show up. Then there was others saying that they thought we should limit it. They would feel better. But they said if we limit, they still don't know if they're going to let their kids come or not. I said, well, you know, and I was frank with them. I said, graduation is going to happen.
Yep.
Whether your kid comes or not, it's totally up to you. They don't have to come to get their diploma. If you feel unsafe, don't come. But like I said, I think if you put a number out there, it shows a little more about us being more concerned.
I mean, I think so.
It's not one of these
You
things.
start school in just a few
We
months. The rules will
lose.
enforce it. I think so.
You may find this hard to believe, but I don't have an opinion on this. I'm just gonna tell you. Again, I don't care how many you let come in. I'm just gonna tell you, this is gonna be the most social distancing they're doing that day, because there's gonna be graduation parties afterwards. I was invited to one, and I know that there's gonna be a couple hundred people at. So do whatever you want to do. I'll vote yes, whatever. I'm just telling you.
I think we need.
They're gonna be social distance at graduation. They're not gonna be 30 minutes to 2 hours to the rest of the day after graduation. That's all I gotta say.
But I think we need to limit.
All right, we have.
I mean, just because we're being so strict with everything.
You, Brian, Todd, you guys want to jump in?
What do you think?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Right? I think it's, I'm leaning toward limited, okay? I think for our safety and starting school back, we're putting all these rules into place. I think it kind of looks bad if you say, hey, we're open to graduation, why not? I think you should limit it. I mean, if you wanna, I mean, we can throw a number out. What do you think, Ron?
All right,
Make a
Steve,
commitment.
that may be a high number, because I don't feel like we're gonna have probably 60% participation. I just don't think we're gonna have folks out there, a lot of kids. Our biggest fear was that they moved on, and a lot of kids have moved on, military, jobs. Some people like trades you spoke about, are a little bit worried about socializing with others and their parents. I think we're gonna have about 60% of the people. I would really like to know the capacity of the stadiums, because like me and you spoke, I would hate to think that there was a school board member or some dignitary standing in the stadium when there's a grandma having to sit out in a car because someone's sitting on the stadium like ourselves, sitting there on the stage. It's not really important to that graduate. It's really about that graduate. That's my biggest fear is, if we limit it too much, we're going to have some grandmother out in a car, and then we're going to have some dignitary waving their hand when their name's called.
Well, if it's as hot as it's gonna be, Grandma,
Remember, we live stream these things, and these numbers every year live streaming are crazy, the people that watch these graduations, so.
I would hope Grandma stayed at home. I don't want her to have a heat stroke.
Yeah.
And we made this decision when it was phase 2, and it's still phase 2. I don't see the reason for changing it.
Well, the reason that it concerns me is because we're getting ready to start school in phase 2, and we're putting out all these strict guidelines. So what, I mean, it's like standing on the fence for one thing and jumping over the fence for something else.
Well,
Just
this
let me
is
know.
open air too, which is.
Open air.
But you can't separate 5,000 people, but you could do 2,000.
And the Panthers is open air too, but I heard, what is it, 20,000, is that right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're gonna have 20,000 people allowed at the game where the stadium holds 80. There you go.
And they're drinking.
I would just hate that, I mean, graduation is 5 days away, and families may have planned certain people to come and attend, and now you're going.
But it could also be raining, and you might not be getting to go. I mean, you might be planning to go on Friday night and can't go on Saturday because of the rain.
What number you
I know,
think?
I've had kids on both ends of it too, and we probably all.
Yeah, it looks like we're thinking 4 people's thinking a number. What number are you thinking?
I don't know.
Somebody speaking of.
I have no earthly idea. I don't know how many you got that.
Say it.
Didn't you have
Okay,
2?
while you're hiding, say it. What number are you thinking? You're saying?
Me?
Yeah, say it. Give me a number.
I mean, I said
Office
6.
anyway.
I was
You're
6.
gonna have people what?
That was my.
Yeah. Yeah, you are.
Before we,
I mean, you say 6.
before you talk about numbers and
6 is a
everything,
good number.
because we're going to be doing it in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I guess, after this graduation, we're going to have students coming on campus and everything, and teachers week before that. Are we're going to take temperatures as they come into the stadium? We're going to take temperatures of graduates? I mean, no, okay. I'm not advocating that we do. I'm just saying it's so important that we can't give them there together. Well, we're doing it. How important is it? Okay.
Outside, we're gonna have a mask, and it will be 6 foot away while they're in our care. And then they're gonna have a party.
Yeah. Shit, they want to know if they want to have a temperature before they go to their big party afterwards.
Who's going to be that person standing at the gate?
You gotta have a ticket.
And no, you stand at the gate, and they come in with 7 people, and you're only supposed to have 6. Who's going to tell that 7th person you can't come in?
You're only gonna have 6 tickets, so one person
It
can't come to
doesn't
the
matter.
gate
They'll
without a
come
ticket.
anyway. If they come anyway.
Is that what happens when they do it in the gym?
I'm just saying, from the outside standpoint,
See, I personally was thinking forward.
I don't know.
I mean, my gosh, they're having
Well,
graduation.
graduation more not than.
Go 5.
Traditional graduation, I mean,
Right.
my goodness.
You got 5 people coming.
I mean, you know, I agree with Mr. Biggs. I don't think 60% of the people even want to show up. Like I said,
They voted for this, though. Remember, they voted.
that was, what, a month and a half ago? Priorities changes in a month and a half. I mean, you know, my daughter's already had a meeting at the college she's going to, you know, so, and, you know, some parents already said their kids, they probably won't let them come. My thing is, that, you know, if people are worried that bad, they need to use their own judgment.
Both sides be open.
Everybody, Trinity's gonna have I don't think they won't be ready. Israel side won't be ready, but that's, no, he'll make that work. He was prepared to make that work.
But, you know, I mean, you know,
I don't know.
look, man, people's got common sense, whether or not they use it or not, is their choice.
I don't think people have much.
You know, I mean, if I'm worried I'm gonna get the corona, hey, look, I'm a firefighter. If I was worried I was gonna get the corona, I would already retire if I was rich enough. But, you know, I'd say whatever they want 10 to come, let 10 come.
Gary, I'm making a motion to allow 6 people at graduation.
Just 6.
All right, we have a motion, 6 people. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, Sharon seconds the motion. You guys want to vote on that? If you state your name and say aye if you're for it. Okay, I'm assuming,
Matthew Lamb, no.
are you no? No. Are you no?
Todd Cutler, no.
Okay, Gary Kiskel be aye.
Sharon Farlow, aye.
I know. So the motion again is 6.
6.
Those regulations that we had placed on the schools were mandatory. We had to do something there.
No matter what we do, we're actually breaking.
Well, it's
Not really, I mean, we're putting the standards in place as far as social distancing goes. It's up to the public what they do.
Well, the executive order on phase 2, which was extended, does prohibit any event that convenes more than 25 people, including in an outdoor space such as the stadium.
Then we invite the state government to come.
Well, I'm just telling you what the executive order says. So,
unless it's a protest.
Yeah, tell Roy to come.
Yeah, like Fred said,
Unless it's a protest, I guess it's okay for the protest. Fred Burgess, no. I know, I'm sorry. So we will, board members, we will give each staff, each principal their mask, and I will instruct them to give out masks to anybody who wants them until they're gone. Okay? Is that fine? Yes.
I mean, if anything, you tell them, you know, suggest that they bring their own mask and wear it.
Yeah, but, okay, so I have a question. You're telling the principals to, so what if I go to sit in the stands and there's not, I can't social distance in the stands? Because there's so many people.
No, the principals just wanted to recommend it.
So they won't be doing that?
They're gonna make an announcement that,
Okay.
they're gonna make an announcement, and they won't be able to if everybody shows up, as many as can be. But the question I had was, We've got masks for staff and students, and so we will get the other mask out till they're gone. If anybody wants them when they come by, knowing that
Okay.
number 200 may go and the second 201 person may get one. Okay? So we're good with that.
I do have one more question. I mean, I'm sorry, this is real quickly, I'm just thinking, I know we've made the decision, that's fine. But we also, I know we'll have staff that, for reasons they may not want to come back to school. I'm just hoping we have enough staff to show up to pull this graduation off with open enrollment here. No, I mean, it's possible. I mean, you can't force somebody to come.
Yeah, we will not be able to force or require anybody to come, so we'll hope for the best. Just one thing to just know that if we have to go inside, it will be probably, I didn't hear a principal say they could give more than one ticket. They didn't think they'd be more comfortable giving more than one ticket now. So I'm gonna hope for sun so we don't go to that, because that gets tough. Because inside we'll have to social distance big time.
Okay. Guess we're moving on to Mr. Trotter once again.
Before we do that, I think there's something we didn't do is, there was some, with the comments we had earlier, I'm not sure all those questions were addressed.
Yeah, we keep getting, I've had text too, of you
Earlier, but I just know that
questions.
Laura, well, the main thing I think that Laura said, because I've heard a lot before prior today about this, is the sick leave with the,
Okay, that's it, very good.
okay. So,
Some of those questions are governed by the new federal law, and then some others are governed by state board policy that may or may not change between now and August 17th.
Well,
so we can't let's hear what the law is then.
To just so you know, this question was raised Thursday in the superintendent meeting, and Alan Duncan,
Okay.
the vice chair of the State Board of Education, was on that meeting, and he said we could feel free to share this. They are working on that very issue, but they have not been able to get approval yet. But they are working on the very issue Ms. Heflin brought up about if I get sick, will my leave be used or will there be another leave? And so there's no answer on that one yet, Mr. Burgess, but that is an issue out there. Now, I will forewarn you that I will be shocked if that, whatever ruling's decided, doesn't come back with some kind of financial burden to our school system. But if that's what's supposed to happen for employees, and that's what, and I'm not getting in that argument, we're going to do whatever, but I imagine somebody, I don't know where that bill will be paid.
Yeah.
One more question that I meant to ask if I could.
Can I share one more thing, Long? So another thing that a lot of people don't realize is that in our 003 money, we have local money that supplements state money for 003 for substitutes. And that will be another area of the budget that will be stressed next year, in addition to transportation and possibly school nutrition if we cannot make a run at getting these lunches and meals out. So those will be three big areas. Substitute costs could go pretty high. So we just need to be cognizant of that. There's three areas that I worry about.
Now, with the classroom subs, try to keep them like at maybe one school instead of having like a sub. How will you handle that if you have a sub teaching like at a middle school, then they come to, I mean, you could put yourself in a situation having a sub going from school to school in a week. I mean, that's something you might want to look at.
Yeah, we'll have to look at that closely too, to make sure we don't, you're talking about a cross-contamination possibility.
Exactly. I'm not sure that's a good idea to move them around.
Yeah. So we'll work at that.
You know what, tonight, guys, we don't have all the answers, and, you know, for those of you that has sent me texts and scolded me for, and a few of you that called me an idiot, you know what?
Sorry about that.
I mean, really, I was with you. You know what? We're trying to do the best we can. We don't have all the answers, you know? And, You know what, everybody can stay at home and be a quarterback. It's not an easy job here, but we're doing the best we can. Marty?
All right. Back in December of 2014, I brought to you a rental agreement for Synovia Solutions to add GPS systems to all of our yellow buses and activity buses. Tonight I'm bringing to you a renewal for that. It's a renewal agreement that will provide all new equipment plus some additional equipment for vehicles that are not currently covered by GPS. Software agreement for Here Comes the Bus app, which is a bus tracking system for our parents. Having these units on our buses have provided real-time tracking and response for calls that we get in from community or parents, ability to provide parents with accurate bus information, ability to reduce fuel and mileage, as well as this would provide a new tracking system for our parents. The cost for the new equipment would be $32 per yellow bus and $25 per activity bus. And this is a monthly savings over the current agreement of $750 per month. So tonight I'll just bring this renewal agreement to you for your approval, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Say it's gonna be a $750 savings.
Per month, correct.
Are they going down the price that much, or, I mean, because you said you got some buses you got to add it to?
There was a feature on it, the time and attendance that we took off, but we added the Here Comes the Bus. And I think with technology, it's just gotten a little cheaper too over the past 60 months. So that was the actual new units is only 10, so there's not a whole lot that we're having to add to. But there's 231 replacement units and then 10 new units that we're adding to this agreement.
It's going to be cheaper than it was 6 years ago.
Right. 5 years ago.
That's unusual.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the first time.
Any more questions on that? So we need a motion to approve is that it?
Synovia.
Synovia Solutions GPS Public Education Agreement.
So moved.
We have a second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. State your name.
Tracy Bowles, aye.
Matthew Lane, aye.
Todd Cutler, aye.
Gary Cook, aye.
Sharon Farlow, aye.
Fred Burgess, aye.
Brian Biggs, aye.
Hey, we agreed on something. Thank you. Motion carries unanimous.
I move that the Randolph County Board of Education enter into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318 and to preserve the attorney-client privilege to discuss confidential personnel matters protected by North Carolina General Statute 115C-319 and to discuss confidential student matters if needed protected by FERPA.
All right, thank you guys for joining us tonight, but kept you late, sorry. Okay, the motion's been made to go into closed session. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor say
Tracy Bowles, aye.
Matthew Lane, aye.
Todd Cutler, aye.
Gary Cook, aye.
Sharon Farlow, aye.
Fred Burgess, aye.
Brian Biggs, aye.
Okay, we're now in closed session. Okay, we need a motion to approve the certified personnel report.
So moved.
We have a second.
Second.
All those in favor say it. State your name.
Wait a second.
Oh, God, you want to get out
Mr.
of here.
Biggs and I could not hear what that was.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
but we don't know what the motion was. It was, can I have a second, is when it started.
Okay, need a motion to approve the certified personnel report.
So moved.
And we had the second. So all those in favor state your name and say aye.
Tracy Bowles, aye. Matthew Lamb, aye.
Todd Cutler, aye.
Gary Cook, aye.
Jan Farlow, aye.
Fred Burgess, aye.
Brian Biggs, aye.
Okay, the motion carries unanimous. Now we need a motion to approve the classified personnel report.
So moved.
Have a second? All right, all those in favor state your name and say aye.
Tracy Bowles, aye. Matthew Lamb, aye.
Todd Cutler, aye.
Gary Cook, aye.
Jan Farlow, aye.
Fred Burgess, aye.
Brian Biggs, aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimous. Now we need a motion to approve the administrative appointment.
So moved.
Second.
All right, all those in favor state your name and say aye.
Tracy Bowles, aye. Matthew Lamb, aye.
Todd Cutler, aye.
Gary Cook, aye.
Jan Farlow, aye.
This is Fred Burgess, aye.
Brian Biggs, aye.
But you didn't say it, did you?
Okay. We need a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Have a second.
Second.
All those in favor state your name and say aye.
Tracy Bowles, aye. Matthew Lamb, aye. Todd Cutler, aye.
Gary Cook, aye.
Jan Farlow, aye.
Fred Burgess, no. Just to be a jerk.
Brian Biggs, aye.
Thank you guys for spending half the night here. It's been a pleasure.
I thought you all had a really hard decisions to make, and you had a really thoughtful discussion, and I